What's up, everybody? Good Sunday evening to everyone. Everybody's slow to come in today. Well, you guys are always kind of slow to trickle in or whatever, but slower than usual. What's up? Where is everybody tonight? Anything happening? Is it a holiday of some sort? I don't know. Anyway, what's good? What's good? So Jason Ladwig was here, couldn't be here. Let us know he was traveling in northern Michigan. Be safe, Jason. Have a good time. TJ, same thing. Might be by later and join us. We'll see. Hey, Tom, what's up? What's good, man? What is good? Tom, hey. I was thinking this is like the perfect kind of show for you to come in. Why don't you step into the studio with me? I get that you were nervous the first time on Comic Art Live, but I know that a big part of that has to do with the fact that you're under the impression that you're being interviewed. So I get that whole thing of nervousness. Just come in and I'm not going to ask you personal questions. We're just going to shoot the shit about comics, movies, art, whatever. This would be a perfect time. And once you step into the studio, in all seriousness, I think you'll quickly see how relaxed and the atmosphere is, and it's going to make you feel relaxed, and you won't be nervous. So I think for somebody like you who gets nervous about this kind of stuff, this is probably the better way to break your cherry on my channel rather than a show and tell, which is what I usually do, as you know. Putting it out there, my friend, I what's not to love? You love comics, you love movies, right? You love comic art, you love chatting about the hobby. Like, the hobby needs more people like you. But we need to get you into the studio so people can hear you and get your opinions live, man. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what we need to talk about this. We need to talk about this. Rickster, what's good? Everything I just said to Tom goes the same for you. And Ruby, if you're watching, I got to get you to push your dad more to finally push him over the edge. Have him come on, man. Oh, yeah. Yo, Vivian's here. Good evening. Awesome. Thank you as always, honey. And Mr. Red Jack, what's good? Hey. Brian, you guys remember Brian made some little jokes last week about like, whoever's here, whatever. Not many people. We'll see who shows up, how many people show up, making jokes like nobody's going to want to come and see him, But the sort of kind of like lesser known people in the hobby or newer people in the hobby, those show and tells tend to get like, I'm happy if they go 400 or more. And so those people tend to get like 4 to 450. And then more sort of well-known people get 5 to 550. Brian, you hit 552. And that's more than the last, I think, 3 or 4 or 5 show and tells, collector show and tells that we've done. So big up to you, my friend. Big up. You did a great job. And yeah, man, it's fun hanging out with you last week after 3 years of waiting. It was a great time. So thank you very, very much. And it's great to see that the Rewind viewers tuned in as well. Peter, what's good? What's good with you? And hello, Vivian missed you last week too, of course. There you go. Marcus, what's good? You're a punk rocker. Yes, I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am. You know what this means, Marcus? You know what, when I do this, you know what that means? Come on, Tom. Holy crap. Jesus, Murphy. What the hell is it going to take to get you on? Unbelievable, dude. Mike Asbel. Hey, Mike, do you want to pop in? You want to talk about stuff tonight? I mean, this ain't going to last long if I'm going to be in the studio by myself. I'll tell you that. Jeff Wedding. Haven't done this in a while. It's a nice day for a Jeff Wedding. It's hot as balls. That's what's happening. I know. Here too. Up until a minute before I went live, I was naked. So, I mean, with my underwear, of course. But yeah, it's hot as balls here too. And to be honest, I actually was thinking a few hours ago, I was like, I don't know if I could even go on. I can't even think straight. The air is so thick, it's making my head hurt. Can't get any fresh air. So I was genuinely wondering if I might not be able to go on. And if I did, I might have to cut it short because the heat's just too much to take. Especially when the girls start going to bed a couple hours in, and they don't want to hear me, obviously, because they need to sleep, and they're going to shut my door, and then I'm really going to cook like I'm in an oven. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Tom, you can express your true love for Bob Kane. I wish you would express any kind of love, you know? So this is the earliest I've ever been. Pat Scott, what's good? Pat, come in. Jump into the studio. Let's talk, man. You'll think on it. Okay, I'll take that as a no. And let me see what else. Who else? Ruben popping cherries. Well, I'm trying. No way it was okay. You guys are your side convos. Hey folks, what's up? Murdoch, maybe you should pop in with me and hang out, man. You've never done that. You also need to come in and hang and chat, man. You're very welcome. Remember that. You're all very welcome. Who needs to have Rob Hughes on and talk Batman? I don't really want to talk Batman per se, and I don't really know Rob Hughes, so not really. We are still waiting for you to show up. No, you never have to call out Marcus. Marcus ain't never going to do it. If he wants to, he'll do it on his own. He won't be called out. Hawkwoman was cool. She's no Superman. Okay. Let's keep the opinions for later till we get to the Superman movie talk. I know we all have opinions on it, I'm sure. But I need 2 or 3 people here with me, so I'm not the only one verbalizing. It's not going to be fun if I'm the only one and I'm waiting for you guys to, for your comments to appear before I can react to them, so on and so forth. God, and I'm really feeling the heat now. The more I talk and the more worked up I get, the hotter it gets. Honey, if you don't mind, give me a new box of Kleenex, please. Thanks. It gets so hot in here, guys, that my cold water bottle, it's like obviously condensation. It happens immediately, but like the cold water gets warm. Like in 15 minutes, it's already kind of lukewarm. Awful. Excuse me, but I have to do that. Okay. Marcus says hello to you. David Barr, what's good in Oz? Good day to you too. A Hawk Woman mic drop. I don't know what that means, Rick. Do you think it's great or not? Makes it sound like you love the Hawk Woman. Dan Goodwin's back, and he's becoming, we can call him a regular now, man. All right, Dan. Dan, not sure if it's something you're up to. I know you're newer than everybody else, but you're welcome to hit that link in the description under the video and pop into the studio and hang out with all of us from the confines of the studio so we can hear you and see you. Oh, let's see what else. Good day to everybody. Good day. See, there's a man who never minds coming into the studio. I have a feeling. And there's another guy. So Stingray always, well, not always, but typically doesn't mind coming in, even though he never stares at the camera because of his configuration. What's up, Stingray? Sean Clancy, there's another one who usually likes to be here. What's good, man? Lee Parmenter, also another one. Remember, everybody, it is live studio night, right? Live studio means you pop in and out as you wish. Please do not be afraid. Don't be shy. Step one, come all. I'd like to get people in here before we start talking about any topics. Any spoiler talk, or are we under a football no spoiler zone? Well, Marcus, I got to say, so here's my list, right? It's extended from when I showed it to you guys last week, right? So it's extended right to the bottom. So this is all the stuff I've watched in the last 7 weeks since the last episode of Comic Art Hangout, Anything Goes edition. So, I'm going to mention everything. We don't need to talk for a long time about a lot of this stuff. I just wanted to mention, what I've watched. The first few were things that some of you guys had mentioned or suggested I catch, or you said you liked 7 weeks ago in the last episode. And so I caught them. And so I want to mention that and what I thought about them. We don't need to talk long about them. So I'm thinking the only thing, from what I see here, the only thing that's recent enough, Marcus, that we probably it should probably be a football style no spoiler zone. I would think Superman, just because it's only a few days out in the theaters. But just in terms of, for me, a spoiler is only like plot points. Don't ruin plot points, right? So yeah, so I think it's okay to talk about what you thought about costumes, casting choices, maybe something a character did you thought was great or you thought was stupid. It doesn't ruin, right? It doesn't ruin the story to say things like that. So I think, like, if we keep it to that, I think the Superman talk will be okay. Iggy Pop. Oh, let me see what you had said earlier. Oh, the Hawk Woman mic drop. Iggy Pop. Man, I'm lost now for sure. Sorry, Rickster. Yeah, there you go. David's gonna go on Wednesday. Okay. I appreciate that, Tom. I appreciate that. I'll keep my hopes up. Let's say, I'll assume it's still likely to be no, but I'll still be like optimistic, that you might surprise me. More of a listener, no worries, Mike. I appreciate you. Regardless, I guess Ruben has the Superman movie in his thumbnail without seeing the movie. No, I saw it. I wasn't going to, and then I thought, you know what? I think some guys are going to talk about it. Are going to want to talk about it tonight. So I was like, yes, I'm going to go. I'm going to see it. I'm going to get it done so that I can also get in on the chat, I'll be around for about 45 minutes and then going to see. Oh, you're going to see it tonight. Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah. No, like I said, you heard what I said. Yeah. Well, you obviously at this point, this was several minutes ago. Now you know what I said about that. You also know about that. What's the temperature? So I can't remember. In Australia, is it Celsius? Are you in Celsius, David? So just in case. Here, let me get some light here. In case it's Fahrenheit, but a lot of Fahrenheit users here anyways. So I will say in Fahrenheit, so in Fahrenheit, it's about, so it wasn't sunny today. Okay, no sun because it was super overcast, just a thick air, thick, warm air, and it was still like 90. Okay. The thing is that we've had no respite, no cool air at all 24 hours a day for so many days. Inside here, right, the heat overpowered the air conditioner. And so in here, it's like an oven. So it's only a little bit less. So inside, it's like 87, right? 87, 88, something like that inside. Woo! And then the more I talk. Honey, did you get me that Kleenex box? I don't know why you're laughing. I feel like I'm going to pass out and you're laughing. So yeah, David, let me see what you said. Let me scroll down to the bottom if you popped in to answer the question. No, you didn't. Let's remember. All right. Sorry, everybody, but by the way, this is how hot it is in here. So the air is so hot and stifling that my fan is on the high speed. When I put that fan on, it's usually on middle or slow speed. It's on high, and it's still not really helping much. Yeah. Anyway, in Celsius, it's like 31, 32, something like that. Another time I'm driving from Portland to Santa Cruz. No worries. No, Ruben, I've never ever missed an episode in 3 years, but I need credit for that. I've always given you credit for that, Tom. I've always given you credit for that. You know that. I never said anything about that or against that. You know that. Don't be saying I ever did. John Brown, what's good, pal? Last time you had others on, they couldn't get in a word edgewise. That's because when I speak, nobody ever jumps in. And I've told everybody many times, don't wait for me to stop talking because I don't like dead silence on camera. It's a terrible look. Don't like it. Jump in. You want to wait for me to finish a sentence? That's fine, but jump in. But when I stop and I wait like a half second to a second and I see nobody's even gesturing like they're going to speak, I keep going. Not because I want to, because I don't want dead silence. That's it. So people need to jump in. People still coming in. Usually you do this for 30 minutes and the guests never speak. Like I said, what I just said goes twice. I say it again. Garth Wong, what's up? Plastic seat sweat. Yeah, I mean, definitely the bottom of my thighs sweat up the seat for sure. Thank God it's not absorbent, you know? Nice cold vodka. What's up, Peter? Yeah, and you know what? I'm staring at this portable giant AC unit right in front of me that my friend who used to live next door, they just bought a house and they moved out. And he gave me that unit, but unfortunately, I don't know anything about how to build those, you know, what do you call it? Those plastic, you got to go and buy and cut up plastic to block the window and cut the hole so that the hose can go out. I don't know how to do any of that shit. So I was going to get my brother-in-law to help me, but he took off with his family to Taiwan for 6 weeks or whatever. He's not going to be back until whatever, 8 days into August. So whatever. It is what it is. Bucket of ice to put water in to keep cool. I've tried that. It doesn't work as good as people make it sound, you know? Might have to put a jacket on. Well, I wish I could feel that way, Tom. I could, Marcus. You know, today of all days, I could definitely use a root beer float. Don't order me one because you know it ain't gonna get here on time. But yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, even the water, like I said, it doesn't even feel cold, even though it's right out of the fridge. You must have been talking about when I was naked or something. And you'll go on with Ruben or Newell. I'm late. What's the problem? What's the topic he wants to talk about? We're going to talk about everything. Oh, look at that, Stingray. And that was like 8 minutes ago. All right, so he'll pop in. So it's at least somebody. Anything goes. That's right, anything goes. It's funny how Sean, he's the worst reader. This guy, when I send him emails, I can send him like a 3-line message. He reads nothing. He reads like 2 words. And then he replies back and he asks me something that is already answered in the message that I sent him. 3 lines. Sean doesn't also like to look at the thumbnail and read the 5 words on the thumbnail. Whoever goes, I'll buy them an order of zingers at Miller's. Look at that. So buy it for yourself and just pop in, man. Show on the fly, I'd imagine, would be tough. You're more brave than I'd be. Wait, I've done this a million times, Mike. It's just that it's actually easy because there's nothing planned. We just shoot the shit. Like, we're all pals, you know? Superman 2025 amongst the ones you watched. What do you mean? Yes. To make it clear. Yes. And I followed it up with Superman 2006 because I'd never seen that one. And I figured, you know what? I think that's the only one I've never seen other than Christopher Reeve 3 and 4, which I probably will never see, you know. But I figured I already saw the 2013. I was like, okay, I might as well just see the 2006, since I always thought that was the best looking Superman since Christopher Reeve. So, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. Saw it a few hours ago. Oh, nice, Sean, nice. Saying Superman gets beat up a lot isn't a spoiler. No, you can say that. That's okay. Going to see Superman next weekend. Looking forward. What's up, Mickey? Fantastic Four has a better popcorn bucket. We all saw yours. Look at that. My pal in the house.
Oh, what's up?
Hizzy. Woo! Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Nobody else is doing it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And don't feel, like I always say, don't feel guilty when if you gotta go. Don't feel bad for me. Just leave when you want to leave, all right?
Never. Always.
All right, man. Carl, you popped in to say, hey, checking in. Ruben and I can probably join in about an hour.
Carl!
Okay, guys, just so you know, Carl, you may or may not know, Carl's a big Superman fan, as am I. I had to put on the shirt today. I would really love Carl to be here when we talk about that. So I'd like to try to wait him out. But thank you. I appreciate that. Your take on Superman I haven't seen yet. Oh, yeah. Well, we're going to have to get to that. Stick around. But like I said, with Carl, I want Carl to be here if possible. So I got a whole bunch of other ones I want to mention. We can get into that, and an hour should fly by. I watched the movie again. My worker has a way to download the movies. Oh, okay. That was your second time. Okay. Oh, Nikki Pop? Where's Nikki? Oh, how the hell did I miss that? Sorry. Just wanted to jump in and say hi, everyone, and ask everyone to please support Ruben the Collector and hit that thumbs up. Hey, thanks, Nikki. What's up? Yeah, please. If you're here, guys, there's not that many of you. I just asked. There's 29 currently. If you don't mind, please just hit the thumbs up. That's right below where I'm pointing.
I already hit it. Nice. Everybody else should do it too.
Yes, I appreciate that. Please do that. Don't need to subscribe. I always say, please don't subscribe. If you're already subscribed, stay subscribed, please. I just want you to only subscribe if you plan to be a viewer. That's it. Like a at least semi-occasional viewer, whatever. But if this is your first time and you don't think you'll be back, don't subscribe, please. So let's see. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Nick. Nick should join the show. And then we'll be here for 17 hours. Hey, Nick. Howdy, Nick. Good to see Nick on Friday. 98 here, humid from the rain. Yeah, it's everywhere, I guess. Get a room fan to move here. I got a fan. That's the thing. I've got a fan. It's still horrible. Yeah, the air is that thick and hot, and it's like I said, it's built up in here, and you can't really let it out, because it's just so hot. The air is just as thick and warm outside as it is inside. So nothing you do helps anymore. I just need cool air outside. A cool front to come in, even if it's just for like overnight for a few hours, and then we can open up the windows, let the hot air seep out. Kenneth Bird, what's good in Virginia? What's up? Or is it West Virginia? I always forget, Kenneth. That Kleenex box is next to your computer. It is now. That one is empty, right? Grabbing dinner soon. Have a good dinner, Nick. Besides, he talks too much. Sweatbox is indeed right. Big guy, right? You see, he knows. He knows. Heat here in Tennessee has been extremely tough. If working outside, outside, yeah. Use the toilet paper roll next time. Easier to tell when you're running out. Thank you. It's been raining every damn day here for weeks. Really? Then the sun comes out. Horrible, sick of it. Man, it actually rained here all day. And usually a rainfall usually brings in a quick, cool air front just momentarily for like, I don't know, an hour or so. But it didn't this time. So,
terrible. Unfortunately.
I'll trade you an air conditioner for your hull cover. That's a lot of HVACs you're going to have to give me for that. Sean should do the stuff right. Dry ice and a fan. Thank you for the ideas. The window off for the exhaust duct to connect to it at Home Depot and is adjustable. What? The window blank? Exhausting. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for the tips. That won't help me right now while I'm doing the show. JP Padilla, what's good? Never knew Canada could get that hot. That's because you're one of those guys who listens only to the idiotic comments that people, when they make fun of Canada, and they think that there's only like 5 people here. They're all named Dave, and that we all live in igloos and it's freezing 12 months out of the year. Okay. Nothing.
None of those things are true.
I mean, it's freezing in winter, but I mean, no different than the east coast of the United States.
Yeah. Well, some of
like
it.
northeast.
Yeah.
So and the Midwest, right? Midwest as well.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, JC, it gets hot here. In the summer months. So it doesn't like the heat's not super long, but it starts getting really hot for like June, July, August, and then it finally starts to it's still nice, but not overly hot where it's overpowering.
Mm-hmm.
However, Cheryl, the Instacart will arrive in time. That is true. And I appreciate the thought, my friend. I appreciate it, but no, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'll keep going to get some water. That's good. Got extra waters in the fridge, so cold front moving in next week. What's that, Newell?
Stay hydrated.
Exactly. Again, that's the most important thing. So
Yep.
Look at that cold front moving in next week. It's only going to get up to 97
only
Friday. Oh my god. Oh god. Do the show from the bath. Yeah, if it was possible.
Ooh, you could do an ice bath.
Ice bath, yeah. I'm ordering that wearable belt clip fan for SDCC. I still got it. When I finish, I appreciate it, honey. When I finish, look at my awesome wife is coming in already, looking to try to refill my bottle. I'll drink it right now, and you can do it if you want. See, it was already kind of like lukewarm. My God. Superman Lois, yay! That I love, Nick. That I love. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I loved it, but I really, really liked it. Yeah, there's things that I didn't like about it, but yeah, that's okay. I'll tell you guys right now, and I shouldn't do this because it's gonna kind of entering the danger zone where we might start talking about the new movie. I just want to say that show. I enjoyed that show for 4 seasons more than all the Superman movies, other than the first 2 Christopher Reeve ones combined. Really, I mean not combined, but whatever. Like any other Superman movie other than the first 2 Chris Reeve ones, don't come close to for me. I enjoyed that show. It had so much more. I don't know. It just felt right. So anyway, thanks, honey. Appreciate it. He did? I feel like you're not joking this time. You mean like he had a huge package, so they CGI'd it out? Is that? I feel like that's sounding vaguely familiar. Like I remember. Oh, he was packing. Yeah. Okay. Look at that, Lee. Finally, with the DAC. What? Enter John Universe talk. I would need you to come in for that. Ruben, for fuck's sakes, you need to get to 1K. I don't want that. I explained it to you. We can start doing super chat. No, I explained it to you, Tom, last time you said that.
But you know what? The only thing is, the only way for you to get to 1K would be for the Tom to come on.
Look, I've been saying it for 3 years straight. I tell people, don't subscribe. I don't want you to subscribe, please. Okay, unless you think you're going to be coming back for more. I don't want it. So that's why I average only like 2 new subscribers per week. I like it like that. Slow and steady, organically. Let the people who subscribe only because they saw something they enjoyed, apparently, and decided, okay, I'm going to subscribe to see what else this guy puts out. That's what I want. Anything else? No, I don't want people subscribing just because I told them to. And by the way, Tom, FYI, I don't need to get to 1,000 to do super chats. the way it works now is you need only 500 to do super chats.
Ooh.
Yeah. And I've been at 500 for, I don't know, what is it? Has it been a year now? Probably. Yeah. And clearly I didn't switch on the super chat shit. So this should tell you what I think about my thoughts on you wanting to give me money, and yeah, whatever. I bet 71 in Newell's room right now. Is that true? Is it cool?
I keep the thermostat at 72.
Nah, that doesn't really work. Not in this kind of powerful stuff, JC. This is too powerful. It's just, yeah, I just need more air conditioning. That's the thing. Like I said, I got one. It's just, yeah, I'm gonna have to wait until somebody can help me properly install it. By then, of course, in August, it won't be hot enough to be such a big deal anymore. But yeah, it'll still be worth installing. Hey, hello to you, Mark. Good to see you. Singapore must be boiling hot now too. Calling Captain Cole to, yeah, I wish. Ruben has the guest. You can see the transformation to hyper mode. Clean Xbox next to the lotion. Nice, Scott. Nice. Only you. Well, no, you and a few other guys. And the A's. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's cold, igloos, and A's. Exactly. Yeah. And lots of back bacon. I don't even know what back bacon is. We just eat regular bacon. And there's this thing that you guys eat called Canadian bacon in some states. I don't even know what that is.
It's
I literally
kind
don't know.
Of like ham.
It's kind of like, that's somebody told me. It's kind of like ham-like. I'm like,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that when I went to Vermont once, and we stopped at a diner, right? And it's regional too, right? There are different foods in different parts of every country, right? In Vermont, I was like, well, Vermont's so close to Montreal, I can get to Vermont in an hour, hour and a half, let's say. And we stopped off at a diner to have some breakfast, and I was like, yeah, okay, I guess 3 eggs, bacon, and they had bacon and Canadian bacon, right, on the menu. I said, okay, I just want regular bacon, and it comes, and it was the most disgusting looking thing. Like, that was no bacon I've ever seen. That was not bacon. I don't know. So I don't know what the hell. And I was like, is this what you guys call bacon? Like, this is bacon? Like, I don't get it. So it's weird. No guest room is kryptonite. You got it, Rick. You know that. Only have maple trees. That's not true. We have tons and tons of different species. Ozone hole must be right above. It could be. I don't know. 31 Celsius here is 11. Oh, you got, right, because of where you are, right? It's totally on the opposite side of the world. So, yes, 11 Celsius now, right? You're keeping it cool. That's right. So when we get colder, that's when you guys get hot. I always forget about how that works. Yeah. It's the mighty crab joys. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah. I didn't get that when they said that. I was like, huh? What? I don't get it. What's that?
I think they're implying that your water was actually vodka.
No. I meant the crab joys joke.
Oh.
They did that in the movie, then the movie, and then I was like, huh? I'm not sure I get that. Whatever. What's up? What's good? Jewish Dragons in the house. Ian.
What up?
Good to see you, my friend. Luke Cage, greater than lukewarm. I guess so. I'm not a huge Luke Cage fan either, but definitely better than lukewarm. Absolutely. Tauntauns are equal to warm Luke. Classic scene. I will say. As you know, I'm not a huge Star Wars guy, but I love that scene. It's a classic, It's like, and then in one swift stroke, I think it was, right?
Yep.
Stomach opens up, but guts fall out.
Smelled awful.
I smelled awful. Too bad we didn't have smell-o-vision. Canada's so cold, I need tauntauns to go anywhere, right? I'm going to work at 7 a.m. I work till 6 p.m. today, and if I didn't, and now look like fat and look like crap, I might come on. Oh yeah, because I'm sure people give a shit that you look a little hairs out of place a bit, feeling like shit. You're always gonna have an excuse. I feel, Tom. Ruben is using reverse psychology to get people who don't even watch a show to subscribe. That is definitely not true. And let me tell you, Peter, it has my technique has actually worked. Because like I said, that's the reason I kept it to where as low as I am now. And I've only averaged 2 per week. I think people must be listening when I keep seeing me say, don't subscribe unless you watch some more. You think you're going to like it enough to come back, then that's okay. Otherwise, don't, you know? I think people must be listening. So, yeah, I'm good. Look up how to install it on YouTube. Yeah, no, I'm not a work with my hands type, handyman type, whatever. Yeah, it's just not for me. Vermont, did you stay at B&B with 3? I did not. Just passing through. It was on our way to what do you call that convention? The Terrificon in Connecticut. Grits, baby. Yeah, that's down south. I never tried that. I never stopped in anywhere like in Georgia, Alabama. You know,
Grits can be real good if they're prepared right.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Because when I heard what they were, I was just kind of like, oh, I'm not sure that would be for me, you know? Female bacon is genuinely good, but it's kind of an Ontario originated thing, is it? I'm not even sure what that is either. Hey, what's good? Maki Poo Poo in the house. How you doing, Michael? Han Solo saved Luke. He is the diva. Is this the Harrison Ford fan channel? Apparently so. Hi, Tom. Work today too. Wow, you come on, man. You worked on a Sunday? Wow. I mean, a comic store guy, collectibles guy, I get it. But you? I mean, unless you're working at home, because, yeah, I guess it's that kind of job where, you know, you never stop. There's always something to do, and I'm assuming you worked at home all day. Travel to where John C. lives to cool down. It's no cooler where he is. It's probably hotter. He's out west, so, yeah, it's probably hotter. Yeah, Harrison Ford is all right, channel. Thanks, Newell. Han Solo equals build Ford tough. Nice. A dehumidifier won't cool you down completely, but it dries out the air, so less of that swamp. But it just, in this thickness, how bad it is, I just don't think it would be powerful enough to really make a difference, you know? But I appreciate it. Trust me, it's not like I haven't thought of it. If I thought it truly would work well, I would have gotten it, you know? So it's not like I didn't think about it. That's what I thought, Michael. Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, guys, let's get into some talk here. First of all, before we get into movies, I'm curious, does anybody, including you, Newell, is there any comic book reading you want to talk about, like that you might have read and thought, hey, you know, this is worth telling people about, even if it's just to say, hey, I read this was pretty good, or anything like that?
Well, I just picked up this week. It happens to be right here. Dr. Worthless by Harold Schechter and Eric Powell.
Okay.
It's like a true crime take on Frederick Wortham, the guy that wrote Seduction of the Innocent.
I was gonna say, it looks like it's
yeah.
Wortham, and probably they're making a joke about the worthless thing, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
So I'm only one chapter into it, but it's really interesting so far because it's done like a true crime thing. So it's really cool.
So it's taken it's fictional, but it's taken seriously.
I think it might be based on real stuff, though. You know, kind of like a dramatization, if you will, something like that. Like I think it's based on, because like there's a whole list of acknowledgments and a bibliography at the back of it. Like they did their research and stuff. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And
like I said, I'm only a chapter into it, but it's interesting because they're doing like this like side by side, like a little bit of his life, you know, like how he came up, like how he came to the States and all that stuff, but then simultaneously like the timeline of a serial killer and how they kind of like meet in the middle. Yeah, it's weird. Like there's stuff I'm learning about Wortham that I didn't know. So
can you just quickly maybe open just so I could see the Powell art, like how he handles this?
Oh yeah, so it's a very text heavy book. So
like, so it's text with illustrations. Okay. It's just very bright. Dialogue and captions are really, really heavy. Yeah.
Yeah, like here's another random one. Look at that.
Holy crap. Yeah. That no offense, that wouldn't be for me. Just
sure.
I wouldn't be able to. I like the subject matter, but seeing that much text, I'd be like, it's too much.
I get it. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
So
like I said, I'm only like a chapter in, but it's really interesting, but very, very text heavy.
Yeah, yeah. Interesting.
So,
Yeah, Tom says also he needs to get that.
yeah, I think it just came out like either this week or last week.
It is too many for me. I lose focus. Like it's just it's too much for
Attention
me.
spans aren't what they used to be.
Yeah. Did you see what Eddie did?
Yeah, they mentioned that one. That's the book they did before this.
What's up, Mike?
It mentions
that's
it
the one they did
from
before
the
that.
creators of. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike said it was very good.
Yeah, I might have. If this one is as good as it seems, I might have to check that one out too.
And did you see what Eddie did? Is that Eddie a famous person or is that
Eddie Gaines, the murderer, the like serial killer type guy? Ed Gaines.
Oh, that's Ed Gein.
Gein, sorry.
Because it's Gein.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gein.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it is Gein, yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe it's Gain, but I know it's not Gaines. Like
Yeah.
But yeah, I know who you're talking about. Okay, interesting.
Yep. Yeah, apparently Powell's into true crime stuff, so.
Oh, I might have to check that one out. Has Ruben caught on to the La Boo fad? Clearly, since I didn't know what you were writing, I've never heard of it.
No clue.
Onto the La Boo fad. I don't know what that is, Marcus. You might have to let us know. Anybody else? $30 on Amazon. Buy it. Yeah, there you go, Mike. Yeah, Ed Gein. Wortham equals Ed Gein. What do you mean by that, Lee? The Butcher of Plainfield, says Peter. Yeah. So I just wanted to say, I brought this up probably, I don't know, 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, I told you guys, I had gotten the four, very thick compilations of What If, the early What If series. And I had started reading. This is the first volume. And I told you I had read up to the first, I want to say at the time, 6 or 7 issues. And you may or may not remember, I told you, it was like pulling teeth to read this shit. When I got excited that they were collecting the series, I was excited because I remember as a teenager in the 80s reading some issues and enjoying them. So of course I was like, oh yeah, What If? I remember how fun that was. Let me order all 4, $160 later. Here I got them all. I start reading them and hating them. Then I realized, I was thinking, what happened? Like, I remember liking them. I don't remember them being this bad. But then I realized, oh shit, yeah. That's because when I started reading What If, I only started somewhere in either the 30s or 40s. It was towards the end of the run, right? And when I started having enough money to buy back issues, I did buy early back issues of this, but I never read them. I never had time to read my back issues I would buy,
Gotcha.
So I never read the early ones, and this is the first time I'm reading them, and it's like pulling teeth. First of all, the ideas I find suck balls. The what if scenarios is always like they say what if what blah blah blah, and I'm like, who cares? Is my answer to it. It's like, who gives a shit? Why would you want to do a story on that? Anyways, it's been a really hard read, and so for 2 years, literally right here, it's literally right to my left. Popped it here. I popped it back there, and I never touched it again for the past 2 years.
Right.
Since I talked about it. Finally, I picked it up in the last week or two, and I started trying to make my way through it again. And I think I got through, 3 more stories, number 8, 9, and 10. Again, difficult to read. It's like the writing, especially the dialogue. The dialogue. It's like the characters are always saying what they're about to do.
Exposition, man.
Exposition. It's so heavy though. It's just like it's like the best way to put it is some of the things they're saying out loud in front of the other character. It's something that sometimes you would think it, right? It's something you might think.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't say it out loud. You would think of it, right? And you think at hyper speed, right? We think like 100 times faster than we can spit it out in words, right?
Right.
And it's like, Yes, think of it. Put it in a thought balloon, but don't make it a word balloon. Like you're literally talking to the other character and telling them what you're gonna do to them. Not like I will now use my mighty hammer and I will crush you, or you know what I mean. Like it's so stupid. So yeah, it's really difficult to get through. Whatever. I got 2 more issues, and I'm finally done with the first volume. I hope to God it gets better as I go into the next volumes, but. I definitely don't recommend it for anybody who has never read it and has been curious. I would say do not read it. That's my, that's just my suggestion. So let me quickly catch up to you guys. My daughter likes them. I have to pay eBay prices. For what?
I think he's referring to the Labubu.
Oh, Labubu. Oh, it must be one of those, the fad that Marcus told us about. Don't read Marvel. You're a DC guy. I am not. I just prefer to look. I've read enough Marvel, and I've not read enough and nearly enough DC. So I just would rather keep trying to find more DC stuff. What Galactus is Ruben the Collector? What if Ruben's show goes 8 hours with Stingray tonight? What if Ruben liked Harrison Ford? What if? Then we'd have nothing to talk about and laugh about, probably. Up to see Superman. Have a good one, Lee. Enjoy. I hope you enjoy it. But you better be honest when you give us your opinion next week. What if he didn't like Tom Grummett? I'd collect something else.
That's right.
Ruben only likes. Oh, look at my wonderful wife. Look at this awesome wife. Look at this. She comes in, and she we don't have any ice right now. She puts this little pot and a little frozen thing for me to keep my bottle inside to try to keep it. It's not working because the shape doesn't the bottle doesn't touch.
Just pour the water into the bowl. Lap it up like a kitty.
You can put it in water.
That's okay. It's good. I'm good. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's good. It's still good, though. Cheers to all of you. Cheers to all of you. Condensation drops are dripping all over my desk. Ruben only liked the Hulk-related ones. It's not that. No. And plus, they had a Hulk one early on, and it wasn't good. I think it was the Rick Jones who became the Hulk. That's so hard to read. When it comes to OAX, I've already been there. I don't think I'm going to go again. Thanks, Tom, by Lee. Didn't say their birthday the other day. I wish them a happy birthday. It certainly was. I think it was a week ago-ish. Everyone haven't seen yet. I'm super excited to go now. Go see it. Go check it out. Let us know what you think next time you come back. Bought it for the gimmick and doesn't like the gimmick. They did a crap job, man. Did you like them? Did you ever read them, Marcus? Because seriously, did any of you read them? Like not as a kid, but like as an adult recently? Anybody?
I don't think I've ever read any issue of What If, the original stuff. No.
Man, don't. At least again, if they start getting better, I will tell you guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far up to issue, what was it, 9 or 10? No, don't bother. What if Ruben could only collect Valiant art? Then I'd be collecting only Valiant art, I suppose. I only like if you say they're imaginary stories, not what if. What if TMI? Oh yeah, I saw that, by the way. I saw that. What a nice looking product it is. That Harbinger giant book collecting the entire thing or whatever.
Thing. Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty cool for Valiant fans.
It is.
Speaking of Valiant, by the way, Newell.
Yes.
If and it's still a big if, and I'm sure you heard me talk in the last 2 weeks. If I did decide to do a show, you know what I'm talking. You know what I'm already talking about, the Valiant thing that I mentioned in the last 2 weeks. Would you want to partake in that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be me, Jason, and Carl.
Yeah. I mean, I figured. Yeah.
It would be the crossover that people have been waiting for.
But again, I would want it to focus on, like I said, the whole what if. Speaking of what if people actually gave a shit about Valiant, like whatever happened to all those fans from way back when? And the crazy thing is, Newell, is to me is that on the rare occasion that I've seen like early covers of some early 90s Valiant stuff. It does sell for a lot of money.
No.
No, I've seen some. I have record.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think, correct me somebody, Marcus, you're good with this if I'm wrong, but I want to say a hardcore, is that what it was called? Hardcore?
Yep.
Yeah. I could swear that a hardcore cover, maybe issue 4, not even a great looking cover. It's like people are in the distance. It's like a long camera shot. I could swear it was sold for $10,000.
That seems a bit extreme. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but that sounds extreme for Valiant art.
Maki Pupu says, La Boo Boo. I like these blind boxes from Pop Mart. Yes, I definitely am not into that. Yeah. Don't know what it is. Yevgeny, what's good, my friend? I'm saying hello to Stingray, obviously, as well.
I want to talk about Yevgeny when we get a chance.
Yes. Yeah, let me catch up to the comments.
Yeah.
And then, you can start getting into that. Corey thought about it, but I have the floppies. Okay. Ruben chugging soju. I'm not. I didn't actually read the description of the X-Men one. You read? Oh, so you've only read the X-Men ones? Interesting. Very melodramatic. So that's a little bit more on the negative side than positive, obviously, right? Because it doesn't need to be melodramatic, right? But aside from the melodrama, like, would you say they were good? Were the stories good? If they just weren't so melodramatic, would you say the story was good? That's what I want to know. Only read 43 right in the 20th century. Okay, but again, guys, you gotta tell us what you thought about it. It's so funny that even guys that are like our age, like not you and I, Newell, but me and the other guys in my age range, that were around for that what if stuff. Kind of surprising you guys haven't read more of it. Again, even I, only read some towards the end, but still a bit surprising. I thought more of us would have read more of that early what if. I used to like reading what if. Been a long time, yeah. I read, of course, as I got older when I was 18 and they restarted and relaunched what if. Obviously, I started collecting that, and so I read a bunch of those. I read more of that second series than I did of the first one. I don't remember anything super outstanding from that series either, but every now and then, there was a pretty good one. So, not too bad. Whatever happened to the Unity 2000? Yeah, didn't it like just not get finished because of the fact that the company went under? Isn't that what happened? That's what I thought.
I don't remember specifically with that one. I think because
what's up, Rob?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. It's been a long time, so it's just BWS Archer and Armstrong art is still reasonable. Yeah. I mean, that's it. Some of the stuff is for sure reasonable. Like I said, it's for me. Like I said, Rick, it's more about. It's again, you know how these hobbies work, like comics, comic art. Once an entire full generation has passed. And it typically, like a lot of people think that's like 25 years, but it's usually closer to like 30. That's when suddenly that whatever was coming out that was popular 30 years ago, everybody starts buying it, demanding it, asking about it, because the kids that were around back then are now in their early 40s, right? Earning the money that it takes to be able to buy this stuff. And it keeps happening for everything. It happened for, Silver Age art, Golden Age, the Bronze Age, all these different eras of art get hot for a while. And then it becomes, this type of art, not even about the era. It's just because, remember, it was so good at this time period. These stories were so good for this title. And just because everybody remembers it, and okay, now it's been 30 years, whatever. So everybody starts buying it. But it happens all the time, except it hasn't happened for Unity. Sorry, put thoughts in my head. For Valiant, it's shocking to me. It's shocking. And by the way, Newell, it's been, not only has it been a full 30 years,
Yep.
Technically, since it was super hot in 92, that's how I remember. Like it was crazy hot here where I live.
Right.
1992. So technically, it's been 33 years since it was like everybody going nuts for it,
Mm-hmm.
And nobody, like, not only does nobody go out and like I don't see or hear anybody asking for the artwork. I don't see anybody in the comic videos on YouTube, ever doing videos about it, talking about the comics. Nobody seems to give a shit whether it's about reading or collecting the stories or the art. So that's what I want to do a show about. We can,
Well, those people, in my experience, those people are out there. There's just not very many of them. But the ones that are very vehement. Yeah.
Obviously, there's exceptions to the rule. When I say nobody cares, well, obviously, I don't mean literally not a single person on earth. There's always somebody. But you know what I'm saying.
But you say nobody with such enthusiasm, it sounds like you mean nobody.
No, I would never mean that because I know that there's at least you, Carl, right? Yeah, and Jason. So obviously there's a few, it's so minute, the amount, right? It's so minute, the amount of people. It's shocking to me. And again, I'm not even relegating it to only art because that's my hobby, right? Mm-hmm. I'm also talking about comic books and the comic hobby. Yeah. I never see these comic guys with their YouTube channels ever talking about it. And of course, they only tend to talk about what's hot, what people are talking about in the hobby. And clearly nobody is. It's wild to me that nobody seems to want to go after this stuff. All those people that were buying it back in 92, 93. It's shocking.
Look at this.
Rick says he doesn't remember. Oh, look at that. Good memories.
Yeah, see, and like you said, 1992.
Yeah, that's cool.
I got these as a gift from Jason when we were at OAX.
Oh, okay. Are those the trades or the comics?
This is so this is the first trade for Harbinger, and it came with a reprint of issue number 0.
Oh, interesting.
Rather than putting it in the trade, they had an extra book that came with it. So
okay, that's cool.
Good stuff.
And was that trade? Is that trade something they had done at Valiant back in the day, or did they somebody? Was it collected back when they revived the company back in the 2000s?
Yeah, no, this is copyright 1992, Voyager Communications.
Oh, okay. I never knew that. I never saw them collect anything.
It smells like the 90s.
Very cool. That's something I might look at. I wouldn't buy it. Again, you guys know I got no space left. And speaking of no space left, and I've been saying for years, like I really do have to break through my old manness of being, a old school. I need to hold it in my hands, paper kind of guy and get digital. But I want to tell you the big news. This just arrived today.
What's in the box?
This just arrived today. It is a tablet. So it is a digital $200 tablet. That I finally broke through. And hopefully this is going to be the thing that gets me to finally, get me back into reading. Because it's like, I find it hard. I'm always in the mood to like watch stuff, with whatever free time I have, to watch shit rather than read stuff. It's more of a chore. I don't know. For the last few years, I found it to be more of a chore to read stuff. But I don't know. Hopefully I get into this. I hopefully I can load it up with a ton of comics, all the comics that I've been saying for years that I've been wanting to read, all the stuff that, a lot of you guys have like suggested over the years to me that it's good. Yep. And that, I don't have room to buy 20 trade paperbacks that, not that they're most of them are in print anymore anyways, so it solves that problem, hopefully, so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I read the bulk of new comics digitally these days.
Yeah? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. That's cool. So Stephen Hunter was here last week, back again. What's good, my friend? The What If OA gave me a chance to get OA related to origin story being retold, right? Or the watcher recapping something important to the character. You're saying you like to collect the artwork. showing those recaps, those or origin retold pieces, I think is what you're trying to say there. And I think most collectors love origin retold pages, right? Because obviously most of us can't afford, even if they existed, we can't afford the origin pages of all the especially classic Marvel and DC characters, obviously from Golden and Silver Age, 60s and the 30s. So it's kind of cool to get a later whatever, whether it's from the 70s, 80s, 90s, or even from modern. I'm always a fan of retelling, origin retold pages, flashbacks to the origin, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that stuff. I've always been a fan of that stuff. And yeah, even though they've been retold multiple times, still, it's still as an art collector, it's still tough to get. What ifs are only good if you're familiar with the original story that they diverged from. That's true. Like a choose your own adventure. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, for sure. Because then otherwise you don't get the what if factor. Like you're like, well, I don't really know the original story, so why would I care about the what if happens? So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. SGC says, I like the volume 2 better than volume 1. What if? I think you were probably talking about. I'm assuming. SGC, sorry, but I'm behind. Unfortunately, nobody read Vertigo as a kid. I'm sure people did, but if any kid did, I can't imagine they were really into it too much because it really wasn't intended for kids. Right. But I'm sure some kids, like in the 12 to 15-year-old age, I'm sure some of those read things like Sandman, and they probably liked it. But, it was mostly later teens and adults, We need to start buying covers from the late 90s and get ready to bank. It's gonna happen at some point, right? It tends to happen. Like I said, so far the only exception to this rule seems to have been Valiant. Like I say, it's crazy. It's just so weird to me. But yeah, hopefully we'll put together a show. We'll see if we can put our heads together and try to figure that out. That's because there's really no high dollar book from Valiant. Yeah, but remember, Tom, tons of books were high dollar value. At the time, okay, high dollar in terms of when it's 1992 and almost immediately it got hot and all these number ones were $30, at least where I live, $30, $50, $70, which makes me think that in New York, those same books would have been $70, $100, $150, So, obviously different prices depending on where in the country you are, but there was a lot of hot books from the company. They were, because I don't know, they were all rare, and I don't know, man. I don't know, but like let's save it for a show. I don't know. Like I said, it's an experiment, right? I've experimented with a lot of things. They don't always go off well. The one-off movie show didn't. It wasn't great. It was fine, but it wasn't as fun as I would have thought. But yeah, we'll give it a shot. I think we should give it a shot. Valiant Nintendo comics, are they hot? Are you just being facetious? Oh, Tom says, yes, the Nintendo stuff is hot. Really? Okay. The comics, you mean? Yeah. Not the art, right? The comics, I'm assuming?
I assume the comics, yeah. I think Jason might have one piece of Valiant Nintendo art, but I can't remember.
Yeah.
But I know he has the comic.
Yeah. Well, we got another not super fan, but Caesar said that he remembered Archer and Armstrong and Eternal Warrior were his jam, and he enjoyed the characters and stories.
There are Valiant lovers out there.
Even I've said it. I remember Archer and Armstrong. I remember really liking it. That's something that, once I get this thing, or I should say, once my wife or daughter set this thing up for me, because I don't have a clue. I've never used anything other than a PC, so I got, and you guys know I don't even own a phone, so I don't know how to set
the Luddite.
these things. That's right. Once they set that up for me, and I can load it up with books, and maybe stuff like that. Archer and Armstrong, some early Valiant that I remember enjoying. I'd love to try that again,
Archer and Armstrong is the next one we're going to read for our show.
Oh, really? Okay, cool. And you might as well ask why Dark Horse Heroes universe aren't talked about. Nah, that I understand. That was crap. Honestly, that was just crap. It's like Topps Comics. There was a few couple of okay things, right? Because before the market crashed, they had the money. They sold enough copies to pay Mignola for Dracula, and so they had a few good things. But for the most part, right, you knew it was going to come and go like the wind. Ultimately, I didn't think those lines like Dark Horse, Heroes, whatever, Ultraverse. I knew even while the market was hot that all that stuff was going to die eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be more than a few years and it would die out. So Prime Day buy. Yeah, it was during Prime Day, although I didn't know it was Prime Day. And
Good luck.
I got to say, this particular one wasn't on any kind of special. It wasn't, there was no Prime thing or whatever. So whatever. Ruben, the Prime Time. Alexa, tell us what Ruben reads. I'll hopefully eventually start reading a lot more. And then I'll start telling you all about all the stuff that I read. The world has ended. Right, because I bought that. I think that's what you mean. Always easy to read on the toilet. I've never been a fan of that because I find, as everybody knows, that the bathroom is the most disgustingly dirty, the most bacteria-infected place in your home.
Sounds like you need to clean your bathroom more.
But it still is,
Yeah.
So the idea of like me touching books while I've been in the bathroom, and it just You guys, I don't know if you remember. I tell you, I think I mentioned when I go to the library and I borrow books there, and when I bring them home, I carefully drop them out of the bag. Right, I dump them onto the desk. I go get my isopropyl rubbing alcohol and some cotton pads that are like makeup remover pads that the girls have. And I soak them and I start cleaning down all the books that I borrowed, every single edge. Absolutely. And let me tell you, Newell, the pad is black. The pad is black. And that thing is infested with poo and pee. That's what's coming off people's fingertips, man. And plus hundreds of other different types of bacteria. So, can I gift you some digital Harrison Ford biographies? No, I thank you, but no. Remember, my digital comics are free. Load them up on your new device.
Dan, shoot me a link.
There you go. Don't overwhelm me. Let me see how long it takes for this thing to get set up, and then for me to try to load it with some comics. Yeah. And I'd also like to at some point get around to reading the dozens of trade paperbacks that I've got piled, the physical books. But anyways, we'll see. What paper he saves in reading digital only doubles the toilet paper he uses on the toilet while reading. Oh boy. I recommend getting an iPad Pro. No. I already bought it. I'm not getting anything else. I'm buying this. I bought this. I'm done. We'll see how it goes. And that's that. Ruben is nuts. I've been told as much. Ruben is the Howie Mandel of comics with his germophobia. I mean, no, he's OCD. He's got actual OCD about it. I don't. But when it comes to the bathroom and
undiagnosed,
think about like library books. Like we literally have been borrowed by at least dozens.
Well, you know what?
A minimum dozens, if not hundreds over time.
But you know what? I don't know if it works in Canada, but there's an app that now that you have a tablet, you can get called Hoopla, which lets you check out digital books from your library.
I've heard about that. Right. I've heard about. Although that's American, so I don't know if Canada.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have an equivalent up there or what, but it's a thought.
Yeah, but
then you don't have to worry about poo books.
Like poo books. Like I said, let me get started. Let's see how it goes. Yeah. Steering wheels can harbor significantly more bacteria and germs than a public toilet. I don't believe that. And you know why, Rick? I mean, yes, of course, the steering wheel has germs, of course, but keep in mind, there's not dozens or hundreds of people that drive my car. Okay.
I feel like you're estimating how many people go to libraries these days.
No, I mean, it's true, but no. When I listen, Newell, think about it. When you look at the condition of the book, you can tell it's been well read, and I get it. At the library, people are assholes. People think it's not my book. I'm not gonna treat it like it has to stay in mint condition, and they're assholes about it, right? And they just throw it around and whatever. So it doesn't mean that hundreds have read it, but
yeah.
I still think there's plenty of people, you know. So what about money? What about money? What do you mean? What about money?
Money is filthy, is what he's saying.
Yeah, again, there's things you can't control, but I will say, money, I never carry cash. So I very rarely touch money. Yeah, I'm a credit card guy. Everything credit card. So yeah, so that doesn't really come into play for me anymore. I wish we went to a cashless society, to be honest. Yeah. Ruben's comic collection is automatically lowered by 3 grades. What few comics I actually have. Cash and coins, right? Yeah, like I said, I don't need to touch them. The hypochondriac. Ruben bleaches his art. I don't use my iPad to watch this show. Look, there you go. Whatever it takes. Me too. Look at that. The app should also tell us that the device has been in a high humidity situation, like the bathroom. Nice. I have the 13-inch iPad Pro. Yeah, I didn't want to have to pay the money to get, a super large thing. I figured in case I take it with me somewhere, I just want it to be a reason. It's 11-inch. It's 11-inch. Of course, that's diagonal. So I think it comes to just under 9 inches or just over 9 inches. So it's around 9 inches tall, right? When you look at it comic-wise. So that's only an inch shorter than a standard comic. That's good enough for me. I'm good.
I'm waiting for people to take a clip that lasts like 5 seconds out of context.
What? The last clip?
Yeah, well, you're talking about your 9 inches and how.
Oh my God! I only got a 9-incher, guys. I know it's not. I know it's 11 is better. I'll live with the 11. With the 9.
Yeah.
I'll live with the 9. I'm sure you get. Don't be jealous, guys. Don't be jealous. Dirty, rotten, stinking, filthy rich. Not me. What is a grower, not a shower? You've mentioned that before, by the way. That's your second time. That's what she said. Yeah. Cashless society is a way off, as tech is nowhere reliable enough. Too easy for readers to go out and cars. No, I know. I'm aware of that, Mike. I know that. I'm just saying, if it happened, I'd be okay simply because I for years now. By the way, I can't remember. I think in the last 20 years, if I think back in the last 20 years, I think I'm not off. I'm not off by much if I say that I've taken money out of the ATM. Let's see, 20 years takes us to 2005. Yeah. So I would say it's very realistic that I've probably taken money out of an ATM maybe somewhere in the 10 to 20 times range. Somewhere around there. Yeah, that's how rare it is. Because I just prefer, just easier for me to, I don't have to go to the ATM when I need money. It's just credit card. I always have the credit card on me, so.
Yeah, no, same.
Yeah, you too, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Coins and bills are rather dirty. Yeah, but that's not why. It's for convenience, And convenience, guys, and then, right, everything racks up on the credit card, and then, oh, look, I'm always on the computer, so let me just log into my bank. My bill came, here we go, transfer money to the credit card, boom, paid, So,
Dan just sent me that link to his comic, so I'll have something new to read.
Oh, did he?
Yep.
Okay. You let me know when, because I don't want to forget or lose the email. But you can send it to me. Let me talk to you about, over the next coming weeks, how I've set up my machine here and how I've,
get situated.
Yeah, let me get situated, and then whatever. You can send it to me at that point. And Ruben purifies his cash with white powder. Remember, we talked about that movie, White Powder. Remember the 2 Jamaican twin brothers? White Powder with the guy who runs like a girly man, Steven Seagal. And they had the 2 Jamaican twin brothers, and they were into white powder. Marked for Death, was that the one? Or Hard to Kill? I think it was Marked for Death. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
You were a little kid, Newell, when those movies were out and they were super popular. He was super popular at the time, so us young adults loved action movies, and he was big at the time. But now he's
the earliest Steven Seagal one I remember was the one where he was the chef on the boat.
the boat Under Siege.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I see. I only watched that because I used to be into Erica Eleniak. I can't believe I remember her name. But she popped out of a cake in that movie, and she was, topless or whatever. I don't know if you remember that. Yeah.
Yep.
So I was big into her, so that's why I watched it. But yeah, I already started kind of not liking him at that time, and he's become a big joke in the last 25, 30 years, anyways. Whatever, and whatever. People laugh at him now, and nobody likes him. Cash is king. Never use card. Interesting. There's still people that do no card, all cash. That's wild. But then again, you're also in a business, Tom, where cash is still quite common. So, where's Carl? I don't know, but give him time, Stanley. Ruben's out of Kleenex. No, I'm good. All the same. Oh, you mean his movies? Yeah. Marked for Death. Thank you, Caesar. Yeah. I've never rewatched any Seagal movie, so I don't know if they hold up or not. I really don't care, honestly. So I don't know that I'm in the mood to really rewatch that stuff. Milli Vanilli, what about them? I prefer Boney M. For those of you who know who Boney M is, Rasputin, Rasputin, lover of the, from the 70s, that 70s band. Boney M. Yeah, they were Milli Vanilli before Milli Vanilli. So Laniac topless. There you go. See, Marcus, that's what he remembers too.
I believe it.
That's what he remembers. Yeah. She didn't age well though. Tom, I just saw an interview of her literally like a week ago maybe. It just happened to pop in front of my face on YouTube. I was like, oh my God, Eric Eleniak 5-minute interview. I was like, okay, let me see what she's been up to. Listen, she's in her 50s now, right? Like she's not like, it's not the same, right? So it's not the same, but she also, she's grown to the point where she knows I can respect the fact she knows she ain't the young hot babe anymore. And so I respect that. So she doesn't bother wearing a ton of makeup, whatever. And yeah, listen, you're in your 50s, you've had a long life. It's good, as a woman, she looks okay, whatever. But there's a lot of actresses that have aged a lot worse than that. I prefer Will Sasso, Steven Seagal. Me too, Rick. Me too. I used to love Mad TV. I was a big fan. Will Sasso. Erica Topless was stunning in that movie. Good copy on VHS. It stretched out at that point of the movie. That's why you ran out of Kleenex. No, that's not true. I've only watched it one time, by the way. I never rewatched it. Hard to Kill is the only Steven Seagal movie I can rewatch. Really? So it still holds up, huh? Hard to Kill. Okay. Executive Decision is his best movie, says Marcus. Peter agrees. Okay. Salma Hayek in her 50s. Let me tell you though, Corey. Okay, listen, I love Salma. I've always been a fan. But you have to understand, you guys have to understand, when you see these women that are in their late 40s, into their 50s, okay, like what's her name? Oh, the best example, okay? The best example of all. What's her name? Who used to be married to God, now I forgot his name. The British one. And he was British. He was the British Prime Minister in that movie that I love so much. Love Actually. Hugh Grant, right? The one he used to be married to in the 90s. Okay. Anyways, one of you probably have already typed in her name, or you will in a moment. Okay. Everybody talks about her, and oh my God, she's hot. She doesn't age. She's so Elizabeth. Thank you, Peter. Yes, Elizabeth Hurley. There you go. Okay, even her. Yes, her figure, just the outline. Okay, her figure. Yes, still wonderful. Okay. But everybody online, you see people on all sorts of social media. Oh my God, she doesn't age. And yes, when you see her do her videos, post pictures, it looks like she doesn't age. It looks like her skin hasn't wrinkled. Here's the thing, guys. Trust me. It's all video manipulation, filters of all kinds. She goes out of her way to do all that stuff so she looks like her skin hasn't aged. How do I know? Because nobody defies time. Nobody. It's impossible. It doesn't work. Another way, the proof is actually out there, guys. You just have to go and look at pictures taken of these people on, like, you know, certain red carpet events, certain interviews. There's plenty of pictures out there that they didn't get to control. Where, right? They're undoctored. They're undoctored. And you can see yes, while she looks good at her age, it's not that she hasn't aged. Suddenly, when she doesn't control the picture or the video, you can see all the wrinkles, the crow's feet, the wrinkles in the cleavage, all that stuff that you don't see in the stuff that she herself puts out. So much of what we see out there, especially with Hollywood people, it's all doctored fake crap, you know? So yeah, she still looks good, but it's nowhere near as good as what you're seeing, what she puts out. It's all doctored, you know? So I saw Yoshi come in.
Yep.
Yoshi, what's up, brother? Man, I love clicking that like button. I appreciate that. Everybody, please, if you popped in and you haven't done so already, hey, and if you guys are watching this on YouTube, on your YouTube, just tell me how many people have hit the like. We're up to 41 live viewers now. People have started to finally come in, trickle in. If you could let me know, maybe you, Newell, how many likes we have. And look at that. Look at that. I wasn't even finished saying whatever we're talking about, these actors and actresses. Look who's popped in, brother. What's good, Carl?
What's happening, everybody?
What's happening, man? We ran a lot of interference to make sure we held off on our opinions of Superman. I needed you here. I was like, look, if you're going to make the effort to come, I want to save the Superman movie talk until you're here. So I ran interference. It has worked. So thank you for popping in.
So you're telling me you had to find things to talk about, Ruben? I find that shocking, and I find
that
very difficult for you to do.
I didn't, but I did want to put off. You know, I had to make the effort to talk about other stuff so that we avoid the Superman movie talk until you got here. That's
greatly appreciate it. Truth. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, listen. Like I said, if you're gonna
hi, Carl,
make the effort to pop in, I just didn't want us to already have spent the hour talking about the Superman movie and our opinions, you know? Yeah, and then you show up, and then it's like, well...
And we proceeded to really talk about nothing.
Wow, I mean, you know, that's what these episodes are all about. So,
yeah.
But it's awesome to see Stingray here, because I've got questions for him about...
good.
So, well, I mean, not Superman stuff, but like some recent art from somebody that's in the chat. So,
okay, well, yes. Oh, right, Yevgeny, and he wanted to talk about Yevgeny. You know what? We're almost. Let me. There's only a few comments. Let me get them out of the way, and we'll do the chat about your experience with Yevgeny, right? Because it deserves it, you know.
Yeah. We'll follow up.
He was.
Yes.
Stanley, yes, he was.
Stanley. The answer is yes. I did notice. Although at the same time, several others who deserved it were not credited, and then there was somebody who, I'm not going to mention names, but I couldn't believe when I saw an artist who I don't think has worked in comics in ages, and I saw his name. I was like, what the hell? Why would you put him in there? So weird. So whatever. You know, these things happen. I don't know whoever's responsible for those thank yous. You know, it's nice to see whoever did get, but yeah, the people that get forgotten, whatever. What are you going to do? Pamela Anderson's comeback and naked. Now that's somebody, dude, that's a perfect example, guys. Pamela Anderson. That's somebody who, like, and look, I respect her more now. Not like I've ever been a huge fan, but I so respect what she's done in the last 2 years when she decided to say, "The hell with what I've been doing my entire life. I'm not wearing makeup anymore." You know, and because of it, you can see, like, she's not looking like you ever thought she would look.
But
again, she's older.
You know, I don't want to step on landmines, but I think it's great. But I don't think that it doesn't happen enough. So therefore, we shouldn't have the, oh, that's so brave of her reaction that we do, because it should just be okay to age. I mean, I think that's like, but I agree. I think it's great that she's doing that, but it's like, it shouldn't be this huge thing, because it just should be like, okay,
Yeah. I get you. I get you. Exactly.
But right. Like, yeah.
I get you. But I guess it's that whole thing that these actresses that they, especially the women, right? It's both men and women, but it's mostly women, right? I've been under so much pressure throughout the history of Hollywood, right? And entertainment industry in general. So much pressure to always have, because ageism, right? Hollywood kicks you out. As soon as you're in your 30s, you're no longer, or very rarely, getting the babe roles or being offered the babe roles, because now you're too old now,
mom. You're somebody's mom. You're the
right. Now you're mom, and when you're 32, you play the mom. It's like, what? Yeah. So it's just the way it is. It's unfortunate, but yeah. So because it is what it is, I'm happy to see that. Just not because I finally get to see what you look like, truthfully, but just because it shows, hey, after all those decades in the industry, you finally were able to say, I don't give a shit anymore. This is who I am. So respect. That's it. Yeah. So. Yeah, these guys are all going, yummy, I guess, for Kate Beckinsale. She was in the first Playboy I had.
Maybe they're saying yummy for Liam Neeson. But the
Liam Neeson.
I mean, he's a naked guy.
And look at some botched plastic. I know, and that's the sad part, too, is when they get surgeries. I've always said this. I hate when they get that, because it rarely doesn't look good. And then when they age, it looks even worse. Because when they get the plastic surgery, most of the time I feel like, you don't look better. You don't look younger, and that's what they're trying to do. You don't look younger. You just look your age and like someone who got plastic surgery. You know what I mean? Like, I've always said that. Most of the time, that's how I feel.
You look like a bad Photoshop.
Yeah, it is, really. And then as they age, the plastic thing, whatever they do with the plastic surgery, it doesn't age well. And it looks like, ooh, you look like an older person who's had plastic surgery years ago. It doesn't age well, man. So, sounding like MAGA? What did I get that? What did I say that sounds like MAGA? What? Maybe they used adrenochrome. Maybe, or whatever it's called. I don't know what you're talking about, Corey. So, what's up, Corey, by the way? Sounding like Rob Hughes on Bob Kane. I don't know. It's okay. You can still enjoy with your Kleenex, whatever. Get a new Kleenex box. Mine is full. It's still full. Time for another hit of soju.
Ruben threw a whole box of Kleenex while we were waiting on you, Carl.
Oh,
it was impressive.
Right. Wow.
Hey guys, I just want to say, if we're still stuck at 34, come on. There's only 6 more of you. There's only 40 watching now. There's 6 more of you who haven't done so. Please hit that like button right below Carl, wherever Carl is. Right underneath Carl, you'll see a thumbs up. Please
push the goddamn button, but don't subscribe.
Don't subscribe. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Yevgeny. Thank you. Hold on, Carl. Carl, fun movie review, buddy. Oh yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. I know I told you in the comment section, but always good to mention it live. Yeah, everybody, if you haven't seen it. And I'll do my promo. You know what? Let me get through these. Hold on, Carl. Hold your thought, please.
Sure.
Okay. Hold your thought, PG-13. Okay. And all wrinkles and Kleenex. Oh yeah, stop talking about the Kleenex. Yevgeny. Hey, what's up, B&G? Steve, what's good? Liam Neeson, perfect choice. Okay. Ruben's guy. What's up, Mark? Chuck Austin of Strips fame was credited. Really? I didn't notice that one. Wow. Even he was credited? Wild, man. Wild. Good to see you, Mark, by the way. Ruben still loved The Substance.
That was a great movie.
Oh, I didn't see that. Is that a movie? Substance? What,
yeah, it came out last year. That's the one with Demi Moore, where she plays the older actress.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I did not see that. It was good.
Check it out. It's my favorite movie from last year. I will warn you, it's weird, but it's really good.
Okay, hold on. Let me write it.
Escribe. Más rápido.
Substance. Yeah, I did see it on IMDb, and I was like, I don't know. Let me look at this other stuff first, though. But I'll look into it some more. What the fuck is Ruben talking about? I don't know. Surgery sometimes makes the lips look like the Joker's. Everybody, all over the world, there's a bunch of people that. Did you notice? a lot of people, a lot of women all over the world, young women especially, they're all starting to look related because of how the fat lip syndrome makes you look.
Incest.
Huh?
That's just incest.
I'm telling you, everybody, they're just injecting so much collagen into their lips. They have these big, fat, ridiculous-looking lips. It looks horrible. I don't know why the trend is happening. It looks awful. And they're all looking literally related. It's so bad. It's so bad. Don't get me to 700 subs. Like the actor's choices from our pun. Can't really? Are you talking about? Wait, for which one? For which one? Let me know. It's a horror movie. Oh, I love horror. Are you talking about The Substance? Is that horror?
Yes.
Oh, I'm into horror. No, that's good. Oh, I love horror. Yeah, and I haven't watched a lot of horror. The Scribbler, in quite some time. Shaggy Wong, what's good? Was Grant Morrison the major influence for the Risk rendition? I don't know. I didn't like Grant Morrison. I don't like Grant Morrison. Most of the time, people tell me to read Grant Morrison. I'm not a fan of what I read. So I don't know. These guys can maybe tell you. Hold on, but let's save it. Save it, Shaggy. Save it for the Superman talk. Ruben's favorite Superman movie was Richard Pryor. Oh God, that's the worst part of that whole shtick. Pot Cans didn't look like he was ready to jump through the side window of the General Lee. I'm almost there. Not Ruben is crossing the line.
There you go.
All-Star Superman was awesome. I thought it was crap. Okay, so I've caught up. Excellent. Okay, so we have a couple of things we wanted to get to. Yevgeny, that whole thing. The thought that I told you to hold on to. What is that about, Carl?
The
thought I said you were about to start talking about something, and then I said, okay, hold that thought. Now you've forgotten. Shit, I
don't know. Are you kidding me? Like,
okay,
no freaking clue. It'll come back to me, but
I fucked you over. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. I apologize.
I don't know. It wasn't that important.
Okay. I'll hopefully come back.
Yeah.
So let's do Newell. Yeah, go ahead and let's just talk about whatever you want to bring up. Your experience with commissioning Yevgeny. That's well worth it. Yeah, let's do that, and then we'll get the movie stuff after. Yeah.
So I just figured it'd be nice to do a little follow up since I'm here, and we did this on your show before, right? For those of you who may remember, Yevgeny and I were part of a panel discussion about commissions. Yevgeny was giving the artist's perspective, and Yoshi, who's also in the chat, was there with us.
The second, just FYI, sorry to cut you off, the second episode of my new comic art commissions series, which, by the way, it's up to 595 views. It's going to hit 600 soon. Fantastic for the second episode of a brand new series. Just wanted to say that. And it was a lot of fun. So, please go ahead. Can I resume? Newell?
Yeah. But so, I was talking about my bullshit on that show and, collecting Stingray and whatnot. And, Yevgeny mentioned that he didn't know the character at the time, but he looked up the character as we were talking. And he said he thought it looked like it would be a fun character to draw. So I said, we should talk. And it took a little time, but, couple 3 weeks ago now, I messaged Yevgeny and said, hey, it's time. And he said, awesome, but hold on, I'm busy. And then about a week later, he came back to me and said that, one of the people that he was going to do a commission for had to back out. They had another reason that they couldn't do it or whatever. So let's do it. I said, sweet. So, the whole process from beginning to end was really great. Lots of fun, very engaging. I gave Yevgeny my idea for like the new concept of commissions that I want to do for Stingray going forward, which is basically, having Stingray meet aquatic characters and creatures from throughout pop culture. And he's the first artist that I've asked about this. And I've even compiled a list of Stingray meets ... potential characters that we could work into the commissions. And I showed Yevgeny the list, and he said, let me think it over. Let me look at this. Give me some time because, I'm not sure who some of them are. Maybe look up some photo reference, that kind of thing. He got back to me within about 24 hours with his not one, but top 3 choices, which was really cool, I thought. And then, he had a very specific idea for one of them. And I thought that sounded really cool. So I said, let's do that. He said, yeah, all right, cool, awesome. And he just got to work. And from the beginning, he was sending me photos, little videos and things. And like early on, he sent me prelims, like little rough sketches here so that I could choose one. This here is he had an A and a B basically, and there were one and a 2. See option 2 here. So this is the one that I ended up choosing. So this is the layout that he ended up going with for the final commission. And he went from there and started doing, you know, full pencils. And then after a bit, he got back to me with because I opted to go for a watercolor piece, and he sent me the color studies.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. And you can see, you know, there's like on this side, you've got the darker reds, the darker greens for merman's skin and all that. It's pretty cool. And then from there, we kept going. And then he sent me progress pics almost every day of the piece until we got this.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's awesome.
So cool. And what's the dimensions on that? Is that like a 14 by 16 or 17?
14 by 17.
Yeah, 14, 17.
Very
right.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah. I love everything about it, including those stone statues underwater. It's so awesome. The color really helps make them give the texture to make it look like stone, you know?
Yeah, and he did such a good job of making them look like they're crumbling and falling apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then like, let me see if I can get this a little bit closer here so I can show you. I want you guys to see this one bubble here.
Oh, the bubble.
Look at that. It looks like you can see like a full stingray in there in miniature, right? Like it's just, he did such a good job getting the detail on these bubbles. It's really amazing. And then like the texture on Merman over here, armor. Like when I showed this to Carl, he mentioned how he thought the armor, how heavy it looked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I felt like I was part of this process as well, because Newell was like sending me all the update pictures as they were coming out. I was like, holy shit, this is freaking amazing. Like,
I was so excited I had to share it with somebody, you know.
Yeah, I was loving seeing. I'm a huge like Masters of the Universe fan as well. So see Merman on there, I loved it. Anybody just to say, so Newell, you have a really awesome scan of it on CAF. So if anybody is like, just go like check that out while we're talking about it, because so
keep talking. I don't want Matt to you know.
No. So so when he was sending me the pictures of like the bubbles, I thought were amazing as they were coming in. Like I said, the armor, it feels like it has weight to it, and it's just freaking amazing. This like the sculptures that you were talking about, and then also the during the one after we got the color image, he was like, "Yeah, what do you think about the sharks?" And I was like, "Plural." I saw the one in the middle, and then I didn't see the one that was up, kind of like the lighter shade in the upper corner of the piece.
Yep.
And I was like, "Oh, that's awesome," because it's lighter. It's it's a more shallow depth, so there's more light in there. I was like, "That's just smart, really smart." I loved it.
The depth of the piece, like the layers, the layering, being able to like make it feel like the characters are in a fully 3-dimensional world with ink and paint, I thought was just really fantastic. The level of detail, like everything about it, like this is just freaking badass.
Yeah.
And this is the standard level of quality that you get. So anybody who needs a commission, go commission Yevgeny. Do it.
Yeah. And he's also such a nice guy. That's what I love.
Oh yeah. Very friendly, very fun to work with.
Yeah, as much as anything else. It's such a nice, your typical gentle giant. For those of you who may not have caught the show, he's a monstrously large human being at 6'10", and incredibly muscular. That's the guy I would rather have seen wearing the Superman costume, to be honestly. But anyways, we'll talk about that after. Yes,
Ruben, that's why I wore the cyborg version, because I knew I was gonna like disagree with you. So I was ready.
We're probably gonna talk forever on the goddamn movie. Whatever, that's good. I'm glad you wore that. I'm happy. Okay. Before we get into that, first of all, good evening, my friend Matt. How are you?
Ruben, it is so good to be here and in such esteemed and wonderful company. Carl, great to see you, my man.
Likewise.
Stingray, dude, this is the first time I think we've ever shared a screen.
It is.
I am
Stingray.
so overwhelmed
Cool.
with
This is
thankfulness,
Matt, this is
and
cool.
I'm just so happy to be with you on this thing.
Same, likewise.
There's so many things to discuss.
Oh, I know. Okay, let me, because I forgot to do it. Can I do the promos? Especially since Carl's here. So this week was a busy week for him. But let me start with Nikki B. He was already here. No links on it, guys, but just the typical reminder to please catch Nikki B's show this Friday coming, and every other Friday. There was no show the previous Friday, but 2 days ago there was, and he had some art for sale. So of course that's the Nixter himself. Please, every Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. Please do check that out. It's a claim sale, art claim sale / fun talk show hangout like this. So, except
Ruben, can I also just can I take 1 second and say, Yevgeny, hello. I've never gotten a chance to say this. Like, we're working on a commission right now.
Oh,
it happened here.
Oh, yeah.
It happened in the chat of this very same channel.
Awesome.
And I'm so psyched about it. And
Cool.
I see Yevgeny in the chat. So I just want to say,
Wow.
my boys, this is a fabulous Sunday. It really is.
I can't wait to see it.
Nice.
Me too. Now I'm really excited. So yeah, I'm glad to hear. I'm glad I was able to, what we did together on the on that episode. I'm glad that it put Yevgeny together with a few other people after that.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
I called you Ruben the matchmaker. It's true.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Ruben is good for business.
Okay. So speaking of promos, here comes Carl. So Carl himself stopped numbering his episodes. So I've lost track now, and I've decided to just say,
I don't know. Yeah.
The next one.
Yeah, exactly. So no more numbering from me, but let me just say the first of 3. So he did a bagged and boarded episode that focused on the top 10 comics for him of June this year, obviously 2025. And so you should check that out. And let me pop that in direct.
Can I beg for a spoiler? I have to beg for a spoiler here, Carl. Was Avengers versus Aliens on that list?
It was not.
Was it just outside, or did you hate it?
No, so here's most of the things. It's just the stuff that I'm reading. I don't read a lot of Marvel DC stuff, just because like seriously, that kind of stuff. I've heard like decent things.
It's actually incredible. It's like I had no faith in Marvel, and was not reading any of that stuff. And I ended up kind of tapping into it. Like on the last issue, someone mentioned something about it, and I went back and I was like, wow. And what they accomplished in like 4 issues was like the old days, like where 4 issues meant something. That would be stretched to like 12 issues these days.
I'll go back. Like those are the kind of things. Like if I hear after the fact, instead of buy like single issues, I'll read a collected edition or
I think we're all in that boat now.
So that's where I'm having more fun with like the stuff from like Image and more creator owned stuff, because that's just we've all, for me, I've done the Batman, the Superman, all that stuff, which I still like, but but I agree. Batman Dark Matter,
Carl, like I have to like chat. Look what's in back of Carl. Like I don't know if this has been addressed, but look what is in back of Carl. This is an incredible. Like my mind is blown.
This is what reckless spending looks like.
Yeah.
I've been that person.
It looks like fun. It looks like a lot of fun spending to me.
But what it is also it's where I go shopping for art money. So I'll go like oh, maybe like that figure has like shot up in value. Like, oh, that's $100 now. I don't need it anymore. So that's not because it's all cycle it through. Can't hold on to it forever.
That's a 3D savings account that we're looking at in back of Carl.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I've been like I too. Of course, it's like here's my little savings account. I'm gonna like pull this thing out and that other thing out and turn it into something else.
Like,
I love seeing that.
I don't love this $100 worth. I love the $100. So that's
I love it $99.
Yeah, but $100 is $100.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Right,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just want to say, so I put in a second link for you. That was an unboxing. That's for Carl's unboxing. And then third and last for this week, I guess though, after what we're doing right now, what we're going to be doing, you might not need to really look at this, but you should look at it anyways to see what his focused pre-recorded thoughts are on the Superman movie. And that's the link that I just popped in there. So please, check that out. But
I can't believe I did three. I did 3 this week.
Yeah, man, three. You kept pumping them out. I'm like, fuck.
Look, you silenced yourself. You actually put yourself on mute for that. I love that. It was kind of like UHF back in the day. Like
you were like on the
uncut version of like the Deer Hunter, and they would turn all of the volume on the soundtrack up, and you'd see like the guys being like.
He was like his own personal 7-second delay. He was like,
damn it.
This is an amazing episode. We're covering so much new stuff here. Oh my god!
But realistically, I will say 3 videos from me in 1 week is too much, Carl. So spread it out. Don't all watch all of it.
You're just PG-13,
Carl.
It's fine.
Well,
Yeah, but Carl, it's like we talked about. When you skip, you got busy and you skipped those couple of weeks or whatever. Yeah. And I think it's like. Yeah, I think it's fine. Now, if you get rid of that whole idea of, doing what I do, right? Where it's, I got to put something out this week. I have to, because you start to kind of like not like it as much because it feels like this obligation, which of course feels like work more than fun.
Yeah, I don't want that.
So as long as you have that now and you put out 3 this week, so this way you can feel good that like if this coming week you're not in the mood or you have nothing to sort of talk about, who cares? You'll I'm sure you'll do something the following week. You know what I mean? Like, so as long as you do it that way, I think it's good.
But I will say a week without Carl on the internet makes the internet lesser.
Oh.
Oh, that's so nice.
Well, I there is some art over here that I have to unbox. So there's
there's
more art. There always is. But yeah.
Okay, everybody. So now that we've got a full house in the studio, including Carl. Now I should ask you, because maybe there's no need. Although I got to tell you guys, I got no plan as usual for next week. Next week may end up being another hangout. Just so you know.
So you're telling me to be on standby. Got it.
But what I was going to ask is, as I showed you guys, my long list of movies I could potentially talk about, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I feel like obviously Superman alone could take the rest of this show. So if that happens... See, I want to know if you guys want to start right away with Superman. If that happens, then I know there's a good chance we won't get to me, mentioning all the other stuff I've seen. And if that happens, I guess it could be okay because if I have to do another hangout next week, then I'll have more movie shit to talk about. So, do you guys? Are you into wanting to talk about Superman right away? Get into that.
I would love to. Can I hop in straight off the chart? So, like, I feel like I'm on the. I got like the whip. I got like Indiana Jones's whip, and I'm like flying off the side of the hill. I used to know James very well. I was worried, honestly, that
James who?
Gunn.
Oh, Gunn, yeah. And
that I was a little worried that his traumatic sensibility.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt. So Yoshi. It's cool if you want to leave, but just so you know, it's true, Matt. You weren't here when we said so. The question was posed. Is it going to be spoiler free, like football score type? Football night. And I said because it's so new, I went with yes, spoiler free. So what I said is going to be okay. Is I'm good with talking about the basics, like the casting choices, how you think they acted. Did you think
I can stick by that?
Right? Okay. So
I'm just going to throw out. I haven't seen it yet either.
Okay. Right. So I don't want to give like.
So we're going to hear from
like what the story was about. Right. So plot issues, but our opinions on how actors acted or how they were cast, things
Okay.
like that.
Perfect. So I will not give spoilers. What I will
So
say is
Yoshi, hang out if you want. We're not going to give that kind of spoiler, but if you're scared, that's okay. I understand.
so.
Right?
What I was going to say is that I was very afraid that I know that James is better historically has been better when there is someone who can veto some kind of decision that he wants to put through of his own accord, which may not be a commercial decision. That he tends to be, he has a certain sensibility which isn't necessarily very commercial. And I think that at Marvel, to his greatest degree of success, that he had Kevin Feige saying, "This is great, but I also have this thing." And
but also,
I remember.
I didn't hear that last. Sorry, I didn't hear that last sentence.
Kevin Feige would be like, "Hey, I love this, but I have this other thing. Let's look at it this way, or let's add this thing, or have you thought about it this way?" And I remember on the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, and having a conversation with James, and him getting notes, and he said, "Oh, I got notes," and I was like, I'm a guy that I know James loves comics, and I loved his scripts that I'd read of his, which at that point included the remake of Dawn of the Dead, which is an incredible script, and Zack Snyder's first big movie, and people tend to forget that James and Zack go back to the Dawn of the Dead remake, and one of the things, if you had read the script before you saw the film, which was sort of revolutionary to the zombie mythos of that universe of Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead and Night of the Living Dead, was that how are animals, like our pets, do they become zombies? Like that became a big thing. And that made me recognize James as a really good writer. I'd already years earlier, when I was at Troma, helped market Romeo and Juliet, which James wrote, and which really made Troma hip again. And they had not been in theaters. Like they were like, a video store only kind of company at that point. And I did a street team thing for it in LA and got that film into regular solicitation in movie theaters, and that changed the kind of future of Troma. But James, now that he's in charge, doesn't have to answer to anybody, and that worried me. And I'm like, is the guy that was so pivotal to turning misfit characters into heroes, is he the right guy to have the most heroic guy be the subject of what he writes? And I have to say that, in a lot of these things, casting is 90% of it.
Okay. Let me stop you for a second. I have to, because I just want to, if you don't know already, I just want to put it out there. For me, specifically for superheroes, right? Like movies based on superhero characters, okay? Comic book characters.
Mm-hmm.
I've always said, and I will say it again, so I just want to make it official in case I haven't already. For me, definitely, personally, the casting is everything. And I would be more happier if I really liked the casting and thought the movie was pretty shitty, like the story or whatever.
Interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like I will finish a movie like that, and I will say, well, it wasn't great. But man, at least the guy looked like he was supposed to look like. At least she looked like he was supposed to look like. They looked great. Because again, for me, it's always been about more like comic books. It's been more about the visual aspect of it than the literary aspect, right? I've always been more interested in the art than in the story. So I guess that's why it makes sense. It would carry over to the movies, the TV, series and stuff. But
in the zackness of it all, to your point, in the zackness of it all, that I think the biggest difference can be boiled down to this one A-B comparison. And I don't think this ruins anything.
Matt, Sean's agreeing. He's saying that you're saying the exact same things he did today.
Sure. Yeah. But I think it boils down to this, that Zack Snyder and Henry Cavill, who I think we all saw him like, oh, that guy's amazing. Who doesn't love Henry Cavill? He's amazing. But he's not Superman, because I believe Henry Cavill could murder a person. And he did in that Man of Steel movie. Whereas the current Superman, the what the hell is his name? David Cornsweet. Yeah. He saves a squirrel. And you believe Superman would save a squirrel. Like that's the chasm of difference in how the characters were perceived. So if James Gunn understands that Superman is a Boy Scout who would save a squirrel, and everybody else wants to remake Superman in their version, in their idea of what it is, then those people do not understand Superman. And it made me so happy that James got the fundamentalist approach that, yeah, if you don't like Superman, it's because he's dull. But that's fucking Superman. Like, if you don't dig that dude, he ain't your guy. Don't go check it out. Just like, like Wolverine. Oh, if you made Wolverine super friendly and like a guy that like babysat children and shit, like, yeah, that may be good for, I don't know what the fuck that would be good for, but like, that ain't the dude, that ain't the guy, that ain't the character. And I think that James got it. And the fact that like, I was also worried that we saw all these like previews with like this character and that character and this other character and this other character. And he was like, no, they're not like cameos. They're supporting characters. He wasn't lying, man. They are supporting characters. They are really important to the telling of this tale. You're kind of dumped in the middle of a new DCU. The way that I think he learned from that Spider-Man reboot, which I love the way that they didn't just decide to retell Spider-Man's origin for the
thank God. Thank God. When I watched Carl's review video, and I hadn't seen the movie yet, I was like, he mentions like, oh yeah, and it kind of goes right into it. They did no retelling of the origin like they always. I was like, oh my God, thank you. I am so exhausted by every single superhero movie that it just seems like they always have to
I was also really happy that they didn't retell Batman's origin in another Superman movie, because it seems like they've done that 100 goddamn times.
How many times?
Well, I just wasn't referring to just Superman. I mean, it seems like almost every superhero movie starts off by retelling the origin. It's like, enough already.
Well, yeah, to that point, Ruben, it's like Batman versus Superman retells the Batman origin again. It's like, oh my God, again? Like,
we get it. Like,
because they did the whole Bat Jesus thing, and that was just
yeah. And you know, guys, what's even more
made
crazy
Batman a murderer too.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about that is like, you'll get some people saying, usually comic book people, right? Oh yeah, but don't forget they have to, because for the majority of the movie viewing audience around the world, which is millions of people, they never grew up with comics, so they have to know. And it's like, well, no, because I feel like the majority of people who, let's say, watched, I don't know, the last movie where they retold an origin, right? I'm of the opinion that all the people around the world, most of those people who went to see whatever movie that was, probably also watched the previous superhero movie where they already got the origin told.
The origin is not the only story that needs to be told. And the thing is, like, I think, and I said it in the video too, like, that's good for business. If people want to, like, oh, like, well, how did Superman really come to, if you don't know, there's freaking how many, comics that can tell you, or there's other movies too, that it's like the stories are out there. And I love that about this movie. It's like, it starts with like a crawl. There's like, it gives you some information, nice setup, and then right into the action. And I thought
shorter crawl than Star Wars.
Yeah.
And
much less confusing too than some of the Star Wars crawls.
Yeah. From the same guy.
But I
also want to say, and real quick, Ruben, is like that. One thing that I also really, really enjoyed about this, and why it felt more like a comic book, is that when you bought your first Superman comic you ever bought on the newsstand, put you right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
you didn't get the origin, you didn't get the Kryptonian.
Yeah,
stuff,
exactly.
like,
You
you were
don't even
just in
know
the story.
why these
And I
guys are
feel
fighting.
like
Yeah.
this really, like more than
felt-
any other film I've ever seen based on comics, just did that. It just dove into like, you know what?
It
Here's a
gives you like
character.
the
If you want
like-
more, you can find it.
there's like the editorial blurb that was like you get from like last issue there on the first page of the comic, and then jumps into the action. That's essentially what they started with here, and I thought that was awesome. So,
And that makes it so much closer to comic books than any other quote unquote comic book movie we've seen to date, really honestly, except that reboot of Spider-Man, which I thought was excellent.
the one thing you said about the supporting characters, I know last week, Ruben, you were talking about how like that was like, let's just give us a good Superman movie, not just bog it down with all these characters.
Well, when you say,
I know.
Just so in case there's new people who weren't here last week, to clarify, when you say supporting characters, the thing that I said that Carl is referring to, that I said last week, I want to specify, I was referring to specifically those Justice League superhero supporting characters, not all the supporting characters.
He's like, what the hell is wrong with
Gang.
this movie?
Justice Gang, Ruben, the Justice Gang.
So, but like,
don't even get me started. Oh my God. Anyways,
Which is so, like
it's just
like
the beginning.
Giffen in the most beautiful way.
Oh,
yeah.
And like I love it. I effing love it. Like I love that it's even that thing that we have to deal with into another movie. Like that's like that's tribute to comic fans. Like in a way that very few comic book movies have offered you like that. Like, hey, if you know the comics, we just made you more valuable. It's kind of like when Quentin Tarantino started ripping off Hong Kong films. If you knew Hong Kong films, like your getting laid factor increased by a whole bunch. And I sort of feel like that this movie is that superhero film that increases the geek quotient of like, yeah, this knowing shit gets you laid again. And I mean, this is a terrible way of saying it, but it's the perfect way of saying it. Like the fact that like that Gunn gets that he loves comic books and he showed it in a way without showing it. You know what I mean? Like, because the obvious way would be like blabbity, blabbity, blah, like tossing all this garbage. And instead he did it in the perfect way of like, hey, I'm going to give you Jimmy Olsen from the 1960s and from All-Star Superman. I'm going to give you a version of Guy Gardner that is contemporary and totally tributes, the Justice League run of Giffen and DeMatteis, but doesn't like tell you everything. Like you get that guy's a dick, but you still kind of love that dick. Like he's just like
he's fun. Like he's
okay. Say what you wanted to say, Carl. I know you wanted to say
yeah. So I forget. No, I'm just kidding. No, so
I'm gonna mute myself.
No, it was the idea that these characters existed in this world already, and I like that things were happening that it wasn't. If the idea is that they're going to start this new cinematic universe, right? So not doing an origin, having those supporting characters, they didn't bog you down with all the origins and all the motivations, everything about those characters. You got their characteristics, they did their thing, they served the story, and then they kind of exited the story. It's like around, they serve a purpose. So it's not just like, we're going to make this a Superman and a Justice League origin movie. We're going to make this, it wasn't all of that. It just, you got flavor, and that's the whole point.
Yeah, man, you're 100% dead on. Like you got the flavors. It was enough of a first bite to make you want to know what the rest of the cake tasted like.
And it feels like a beginning. We are you're dropped right into the action. But you look at this movie and you feel like, okay, that's a foundation that you can build this cinematic universe around. And like it is the beginning. So even if there's people that have like problems with certain things, like there's enough there.
I feel like I gotta say that when I finished with it, right? When I finished with it, I was like, okay, yeah, they can start all over again. Yeah, I again, especially with the whole casting thing or whatever. I'd be good if they tried once again the next time they try to do a Superman movie. Yeah, let's get another Superman. I don't know. I like other characters. I'd be perfectly fine if they tried with different actors again. I don't think that this is good enough to relaunch, or sorry, not relaunch. I guess properly launch a DC universe that that could kind of compare to the quality of what Marvel did for a while there.
I think we need to
I think it's a soft launch, right?
And I don't.
I need to what?
It's a soft launch. I think that it was very intentionally a soft launch, that you cannot replicate that Marvel model. Right. DC tried to be Marvel and they ruined it. Like it was just like they couldn't do it. They didn't have the patience to do it. They didn't have the characters that like the characters are too well known. Like, I mean, the fact that the Marvel Universe, and you can say, Hulk was sort of the first movie in the Marvel Universe, but it was Iron Man. Iron Man is a fucking C-list character at best. And the fact that that was the character that launched the Marvel Universe. He ain't Spider-Man. He ain't Wolverine. I beg to differ. Well, then you're wrong, Ruben. I'm sorry. But like the fact is that Iron Man was a C-list character. And that's why they gave it to a guy whose career was in the toilet when they cast him. And he turned it around. That the fact was that it was a perfect marriage of the right guy that needed redemption with a character that nobody really cared about.
Iron Man is a classic Marvel character. If you don't consider him, because it all depends on how you split the levels, obviously, right? But if he's not A-list, he's definitely B. Like, in other words, if you're
B minus.
No, if you
look at Avengers, he's there. So like he's a character that matters.
Has been.
I will say
has been there. No, I'm not calling it has been. I'm saying he has been there.
Well, let's not get sidetracked. But that's the track.
The idea that so you could start Iron Man thing real quick. It was less risky because to the general viewing population, it was not necessarily an instantly recognizable, A-lister. So the comic readers, he's a very important character in the Marvel universe. But
except but at the time, how many people were reading Iron Man? Like there were like 25,000 people reading Iron Man on a monthly basis.
Matt, come on. In fairness, how many people for the last 30 years have been reading any random Marvel comic or DC comic? The average is about 25 to 40,000.
No, but what you're saying is there are very specific points where you can say at this date this many, at this date this many, at this date this many, and it changes certainly. And when Iron Man was released, where was the Iron Man comic in the top 20? It wasn't.
Hey, but listen, like you said, it's all about eras. They ebb and flow or whatever. I'm just saying. From you take a look at the entire history of Marvel. Again, I don't know who you have, how different people split A and B differently. Some people think that A is only for like the top 2 or 3 characters, and right. So if that's how you split it, then who would be A at Marvel? Like, is it the classics or is it the most sort of popular in recent years, like Hulk, Spider-Man, Wolverine at this point, right?
Sure,
to me, that's A-list, but it's kind of like is as a team, But
it depends.
X-Men and Avengers, A-list.
Ruben, what you said is like, at what point? So if we're going to go back and assess the MCU at the point where the Iron Man movie hit theaters, he was not in the top 6 characters.
Oh, I'm not. Okay. I'm happy to agree with that.
And why Iron Man became a marquee character is because Robert Downey Jr. was cast.
Oh, well, hold on,
an overlooked actor.
No, hold on. We can't say he became a marquee character. I mean, because you're saying, well, he wasn't. He's pretty much dead in the comics. Whatever, nobody cared. But now you're trying to make it sound like, because of the popularity of Robert Downey Jr. and the movie went really well, then the sequel went really well, and all that. You're trying to make it sound like, and now so he's popular in comics again. I wouldn't agree with the comic part. I don't think the random Iron Man issue sells very well.
No. Then whether or not it's important that he's in the comics is secondary, because he's become a massive multi-million-dollar machine. So who cares if you sell 20,000 or 200,000 comics if you can make another movie? So yeah, it transcends where it came from. But the fact that it came from that lesser tier and became a big thing is important in looking at how things move forward. And so when you look at the gunness of it all in the new DCU, Superman is the flagship character of DC Comics. Now, we all know that Batman is a better character because we're not idiots. But the fact is that Superman is the flagship character of DC Comics. You can do multiple different Batman things at the same time without interfering timelines. But if you're going to build a new universe, you need to build it around a flagship character, and there's only a couple. And the fact that, and this is crazy, right? And I think we're all going to agree with this. And really, in Stingray, I want your opinion on this more than anybody's, is that how the fuck is Aquaman the highest grossing movie in the DCU? Like, it's not a good movie.
No, it was the least shitty.
Come on, that was a fun movie, man.
You're defending the Aquaman movie?
Well, the first one, yeah.
I'm about to hang up. This is bullshit.
See, that's why I called you, Stingray, because I know you're going to tell it like it is. That movie is not good. It is a C- film under the best possible, like the most friendly judgment of a superhero film.
I had fun. But then again, look, the movies are good. I will say I'm usually in the minority when it comes to these superheroes and how they're handled in movies and television, right? And I've already mentioned before, but I'll mention it again. I'm one of the few people who think that the Green Lantern movie wasn't horrible, like everybody talks about it.
Oh, dear.
So, it wasn't great. But then again, I don't think any superhero movie that I can remember was great. So, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I'm feeling a numbness in my left arm right now, Ruben. And I'm not sure if that's because I'm having a fucking stroke, because you just said that the Green Lantern movie wasn't terrible. I mean, yeah, it ain't Catwoman shitty, but it ain't good.
Whoa. Catwoman hurt me physically.
I thought it was okay. Like, to me, it's like it's okay. Yeah.
Ruben, how low are your standards?
I didn't hate it,
Right.
I definitely didn't hate it. Like people, I would see people online saying, oh my God, he was flying around and his costume was glowing. It's like, so the way he's colored in the comics, he looks like he's practically glowing because Green Lantern comics are always colored so brightly.
I'll give you that. If that's what people are complaining about in that movie, they're stupid and they're talking about the wrong things.
That's like writing speeding tickets at the Indy 500. I mean, like, to choose that as the hill to die on, there's so much wrong with it.
Let me ask you, Ruben, would you rather see a continuation of like that take on Hal Jordan under like Ryan Reynolds? I feel was like horribly cast. I don't like that actor. But I've said in the past when I brought
he's Canadian. How can you not like him?
And I don't give a shit. Who cares? But it's not.
I hate Ryan Reynolds. I didn't like that movie.
I don't like that guy as an actor.
He would have been a better Kyle Rayner than a Hal Jordan. I'm just saying that kind of like his kind of comedic take on things. Like that to me is more.
Yeah, but it's not his fault. It's not his fault.
I'm not saying it is.
The movies are scripted. But hold on. But the movies are scripted the way they're scripted. And he's got to read the lines the way they tell him you got to read it. We're playing this character like funny or whatever, and that's how he has to do it.
That's not true because Ryan Reynolds plays Ryan Reynolds in every movie he's in. He's never different.
No. But if that's true, let's say that's true, right?
It is true. So let's say that.
Yeah, but what happens is when an actor does that in a movie and it's generally accepted, that was nice, that was fun or whatever. What happens is movie people then think, let's get Ryan Reynolds. And remember what he did in that other movie? Yeah, we'll have him do that again. And so it just becomes this thing where I'm guaranteed the producers, the writers, they all get in on it and they
wanted a Ryan Reynolds.
They write the character so that if they hire Ryan Reynolds, he does his shtick. So it's not like It's not like he's been given all these roles and scripts, right, that are serious, and he on his own says, you know what, I'm going to play this up for laughs. No, he'd get his ass fired if he constantly did that all the time on a serious role.
Okay. So two things. That Ryan and I had the same agent for several years. So when he was on Two Guys, a Girl, in a Pizza Place, we had the same agent. We're at the same agency. Our agent actually stole from both of us, which is a whole fucking crazy story.
That was ages ago when nobody even knew who he was.
This is true.
Yeah.
So when he booked Green Lantern, he didn't have as much control over how he was going to present that as he certainly did when his fan film of Deadpool caused Marvel to make a fucking Deadpool movie. And that turned out to be a really good decision for everybody. You know? So like sometimes the actor feels so strongly about a thing that it matters. And certainly the fact that they cast Robert Downey Jr., a recovering alcoholic, as a recovering alcoholic superhero meant something. And now remember that the names they had been talking about before that happened were Tom Cruise and I think at one point Will Smith as Iron Man, which would have been disastrous.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Oh, you don't even. Let's not even talk about that. I just want to.
But we have to talk about it because what we're talking about is why things succeed, and like the marriage of character and casting are important. So when we talk about David Corenswet, as the new Superman, we have to consider the fact, as I said, that when you talk about the guy that had the role before, he's awesome. We love that dude. He's a gamer. He's fucking amazing and all kinds of other things. But as Superman, he seemed like a guy that didn't even want to be a superhero. And David Corenswet, that dude in that role, is a guy that saves a goddamn squirrel. Like, he's a guy, and I can talk about how I thought that the casting of Mon Pa Kent was like almost so so stereotypical that it's almost offensive, and yet it still works. And it works in a way that it never worked before. I think there's a lot of elements to what Gunn did in this film that I was worried about that ended up becoming, I think, really good for the general public. And that's who you need a film to apply to. Not the four of us on this little panel who are like guys that like, what's the biggest audience that you've ever had, Ruben? Like, have we ever had like 10,000 people? Like, no. So it's like what it has to apply to is it has to be like the general public has to love it. And I got to tell you that this Superman film, I feel, has more appeal to people that don't give a shit about comics than any other superhero film of recent memory. And I do think that, you know, the Thunderbolts movie is a better film by a lot of metrics, but we've seen a lot of super people and we haven't seen a lot of heroes. And I think that this movie is a movie about a hero. And when you get the change and the weird thing, which we're not going to talk about in the backstory change of who Superman is, that it turns out being even more heroic, that we get that this dude he's not from here, but he epitomizes this sense of the best sense of humanity, the best sense of like what it's like to be American, the best sense of what it's like to be a hero. And yeah, he gets his ass served to him, which is a little weird to see in a superhero film. We see it happen a lot. But I also think that we need to see that at the beginning, because what's the most boring thing about Superman is that he is the most powerful character in comics. So to see him like not just like easily dismissing people is important, because it's going to be important later. And I felt like a lot of the story in this film comes from All-Star Superman, but it's not All-Star Superman. It's sort of like All-Star Superman is sort of like the Dark Knight of Superman, but positive. And now we're seeing the beginning of that, like what we didn't see in that, how it leads to it, every sense of it. But in maybe even more especially with, Superman's pal, Jimmy Olsen, which is like very taken from it. And it's a really excuse me, a really interesting take on the character that we've never seen before. So I really want to see where this is going, and that's why I like this film. And I don't think it's a perfect film, but that I think that I'm really interested in what happens next. I mean, like, and there's a couple gunnisms that are, you know, gunnisms that don't work, and one is about, you know, a relative of Superman. We won't say, but we all know it already, and it's the next movie. And I don't think that Supergirl would call Superman a bitch, but you know, that was a little weird, and it didn't necessarily work. But I think that whole next movie is going to explain it. So I think that as a jumping point, we've never gotten a jumping point that didn't copy something that came before, and this doesn't do that. It's not the same old shit. It's something new. It's something we haven't seen. I mean, Mr. Terrific, Hawkgirl, and Guy Gardner, and Metamorpho, like as supporting characters. I mean, we're all scratching our heads like, how is this going to make sense? And not only did it make sense, you're like,
it doesn't make
I
sense.
want more of all of them.
No, it doesn't make sense. What sense does it make? Tell me what the point was. What was the point of those specific characters to be there?
They exist in this universe,
and
they do their thing, and that's all they needed to be.
Who cares? Why were they in this story? Who cares?
Because of what? So if this movie completely bombed, no one cared about it at all, you could still watch this and say, like, you know what? That is the first issue of a comic book that I picked up, and it's like an episodic kind of adventure, and like this is set in the DC universe, and it's fine. It's like, okay, that was entertaining.
To me, it just seemed obvious that the only reason they did that was because they know they keep bombing with their movies, so they know there's a fair chance it can bomb again. So they thought, you know what? Let's introduce a few. Like, who do we have at DC? Because look, the honest truth is, when you look throughout history, when you look at the character selection, right, the popularity of the comic books themselves, Batman, Superman, right, Wonder Woman, the Trinity, Justice League, Green Lantern, right, the Justice League characters. Beyond that, nothing ever really sold very well, right? So they have to think, okay, we're already doing Batman. Batman is pretty successful in our movies, but, you know, whatever. We're already working with that. But we got to get Superman revitalized, right? But they're thinking there hasn't really been a good one since Christopher Reeve. And so let's introduce because by giving sort of, you know, not quite cameo appearances, but let's face it, they weren't there throughout the entire movie either, right? These characters.
Right.
I think, hold on,
real quick, hold there. So, because you said this, and it's important that you said it because it has to mean something, which is that we haven't seen it good since Christopher Reeve movies, except that every single Superman movie since Christopher Reeve's films have made more money than the Christopher Reeve films, even when adjusted for economy. That doesn't matter to me. That doesn't matter to me. Money doesn't mean that it was good. It doesn't matter to you. That's why you're not in charge of a studio. The fact is that movies have to make money, and they have to make money with a possibility of making more money.
No,
right?
No, it doesn't matter.
No? Did you just say no?
It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter to anybody because
it shouldn't, but it does.
You're going to the theater to find out if it was good.
Right, so but you know what? There are normal people that go to that are talking about movies, and they're like, "Oh, I heard it bombed at the box office," and in their mind, that means that movie sucks, and I'm not going to go see it.
Bingo.
There are people that judge whether or not they're going to go see a movie on how many other people went and saw that movie. They don't care to find out, to give their own opinion, or to form their own opinion, rather, to figure out if it's good or not, because they're going to let somebody else do the thinking for them. And sometimes it's not even about letting other people do it. It's letting the numbers do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I just want to finish my thought and say, to me, it just looked like they introduced those Justice Gang people.
Is that what they really call them in the movie?
Yeah,
hilariously straight out of the.
And they make a joke out of it or whatever. Okay. Yeah, anyways, which was fine. But yeah, to me, that's a business decision. It's like, well, we've got to start exploring. We have to start exploring out of the hundreds or whatever characters that exist in this universe. We have to stop relying on Batman, Superman, right? Let's explore if all these other characters, where once you get rid of the Trinity and then the Justice League characters, there's this massive, the way perception has always been. There's a massive drop off, okay? And
that is some bullshit. What I'm pointing at right now, that is some fucking bullshit.
It doesn't matter. Let's not get sidetracked.
You put it on the screen. I didn't.
But look, there's a huge drop off, and so at DC. So the thing is, if there's a drop off for comics, it doesn't mean that it won't work in live action, right?
Right.
Like I've always said there's tons of no-name C-list, D, E, F, whatever letter list characters in all the companies that I remember like looking at or reading and thinking, but if this was in real life, if this character existed in real life, that could actually be really cool. They don't really work well in comics, but in real life would be great. Ergo, they should think of using these types of characters that not many people know and try to make a live action movie with them, because I think it would work great.
Yeah. 100% agree with that. I honestly think that may be part of the new directive at the DCU, that they're doing animated stuff and they're doing live action stuff, and it really boils down to what is the most developed screenplay that we can go into production with. Whereas Marvel has been like launching films to hit street dates without finished scripts. I think that's a huge difference. Now, you can have problems with screenplays here, there, everywhere. But I think that this was a film that was well thought out. It did a great job of setting things up. And I want Carl, I think really particularly, I'd like to get your view on this, which is that what he said was like, you've got like these characters that maybe people don't know and it's not a big risk. But do you know anything about Hawkgirl? Like, I've read comic books since I was fucking 9 years old. I thought Hawkgirl had real wings because she was from a hawk planet.
Well, there's multiple origins of Hawkgirl. Yeah. I've always found Hawkman and Hawkgirl. To be fair, I've never really. There's like Hawkworld and like other Hawkman series. I've never really read many of them, but as their appearances in other, Justice League and that kind of stuff. But like, it's always confusing because I don't know which version of the origin they're using this character is, and whatever one she shows up in, or
exactly.
So like, I don't. Yeah.
And so like. Mr. Terrific, I owned that first appearance, that Tom Mandrake appearance in the Spectre comic, and I sold it, probably too soon, apparently. But like, I knew nothing about that character, and it's funny that it's the guy that played Darwin in X-Men First Class, who's probably unrecognizable to most people who have seen the film.
Completely
total throwaway character. Like, why was he even in the X-Men? But like, he's amazing in this, and I want a whole Mr. Terrific show. Like, I want that. I want, that 4 seconds or 10 seconds of Supergirl. I'm psyched for that movie.
Okay, but that's another thing. But
that's not a spoiler. Everybody knows about it.
No. I'm just saying there's so many things to cover, and it's so easy to get off track. There's so many elements I wanted to touch upon, and it's tough because there's so many.
He's just so mad at us for liking it. He's just like, I don't know what to trash right away.
No,
so pissed off at you guys for not,
No. So I just wanted to say, I don't want to get back onto it.
Yeah.
But just FYI, Matt, not like there's tons of people giving their opinion, but of the people that did, in regards to the whole Iron Man thing, most people, just FYI, so most people are siding with my take on it than yours in terms of whether he was a popular, like he's considered a big name character or not, whether it was a big gamble to use Iron Man in a movie, in his own movie.
Yeah, but I mean, I honestly don't care what a bunch of comic book fans feel about it, because
the truth
of the matter is that if every comic book fan, every person who ever read a comic book, who ever read a Marvel comic book, were the only audience that saw Iron Man, we never would have gotten Iron Man 2.
Okay.
We never would have gotten the Avengers. The fact is that character appealed to a larger swath of people who had never read the comics, who did not know who the fuck Iron Man was, and could give a shit. But the fact is that they did it so well that you wanted more of it.
But there wasn't a big risk because he's a cool character that, as long as you put the budget,
who made him a cool character? Matt Fraction made him a cool character. After the MCU made him a cool character.
Right.
Otherwise, Iron Man was a fucking B-lister.
No.
So yeah. But no. I agree 100% with Matt.
We
because
upgraded.
At the time,
that's good.
At the time, Iron Man was shit. Iron Man's book was shit at the time. They did the whole thing where they were trying to make him the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was that weird space like after Civil War, which is a bunch of bullshit anyway. Whole other topic. Hold on. And so then I feel like we're on like a Phil Donahue show from the 80s. Hold on. So then at that time in Avengers, he wasn't even a primary character in that book because that was when Bendis had taken over and he decided that Avengers should be street level characters. And I could go on about that for hours, but we're not going to do that because that's not what we're talking about. I do like Bendis, but
not even a very important character in the Ultimates.
Right, exactly. He wasn't important at all in any of the books that he had previously been like, he's a founding Avenger, but he's the money guy.
Yeah, but guys, see, that's the thing. We look at it differently because you guys keep focusing, I noticed, on at that time. Whereas I think it's far more important.
Okay, I get you.
It's far more important to look at what people feel about the character's entire history.
So Iron Man was real popular in the 80s when Bob Layton worked on it. How does that affect his popularity in the movie?
And at the height of his popularity, which we'll say is the Bob Layton character, he wasn't in the top 10 of Marvel characters. Never mind the top 10 of superhero characters. You know how we know this? Because we had a comic publication called Wizard that every month would rate what the most popular characters were. You know how many times Iron Man was number 1? Never!
Doesn't matter. Iron Man is a major... Iron Man is a major Marvel character. It doesn't matter what you say. A, B, C. No.
Okay, but you know
what? Always been a major Marvel character.
Okay, but the point here's the point. But Marvel's success, Iron Man is not the character that is gonna determine if that Iron Man had bombed. They could have taken another approach.
Go back to Spider-Man.
Whereas Superman, if they don't get this tone right and they use Superman, if they mess this up, that's game over. So like that's what I think is the major difference between Iron Man and doing the Iron Man approach and building it off of Superman.
Yep.
And I think the other thing that we have to remember is that the people that are going to see the movies are not the people that read the comics. A lot of people tend to think that comic or movie sales drive comic sales, and that has not happened. We've been doing this for 20 years now, and the comic sales are continuously declining while the movies are going up. Yep. There's no positive or correlation at all between the two. So I don't think it matters whether Iron Man was an A character or B, Z character, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter if nobody's going to see the movie.
Yeah. How many copies of Men in Black #1 were sold?
Sean made the point earlier that they had already moved ahead and plans were already going ahead. They were going to make Iron Man whether Downey Jr. that risk to take.
James Cameron is going to make a Spider-Man movie in the 80s.
Happened or not, they were going to make an Iron Man movie. And I don't know if you guys are trying to say that, like, as I've heard this online, right, ever since that movie first came out, that Robert Downey Jr. made the movie. Blah, he was so great. It's like, look, you know what? No, I so disagree with that. To me, it's about the superhero. By
what criteria? What are you comparing it against?
Let me speak, and I'll tell you by criteria. Nobody buys Iron Man comics to read about Tony Stark. Everybody buys the Iron Man comics to look at and see Iron Man doing cool Iron Man things.
All 20,000 of them monthly.
So you could have had a worse Tony Stark, perhaps, but as long as the Iron Man stuff looked awesome, that movie was going to be a hit. Period.
And yet there's Green Lantern.
Like you have to.
We're not talking about Green Lantern. We're talking about
Iron Man. Because you just brought up the fact that it was going to make money no matter what. And I'll tell you what, Green Lantern is a much more important character in the grand scheme of things than Iron Man was at the time when these films came out. Look at the circulation.
Oh my God!
Look at the circulation.
Oh my God!
Wasn't I mean at the time? I mean, if you're saying at the time, because wasn't that right around the time of like Rebirth, and was that?
Listen.
When was that? I forget.
Other than Batman, right? Let's say the Trinity, whatever. Like, no, the next DC character in terms of call it worldwide importance, love, knowledge. How many people know them, whatever. Like. Nobody at DC would come. Like, you would probably have 50 Marvel characters before anybody else sort of slotted in there. Come on, Green Lantern.
We have numbers, Ruben. There are facts. You are entitled to your opinion. You're not entitled to your own facts. We hear it all the time in politics. And the fact is that when you look at the circulation numbers on comics, and you compare what the Iron Man circulation numbers were when Iron Man the film came out versus what the Green Lantern circulation numbers were when the Green Lantern movie came out, they're comparable to the point that Green Lantern, I think, is actually a little bit higher. But the fact is that, yeah, neither one of them were make or break for the studios, right? But what happened is that audiences rallied around one film because it's a much better film, and the other film, people didn't rally around because it's dog shit. But the fact is that Iron Man wasn't what made Iron Man a hit. What made Iron Man a hit was it was a great script and it connected with audiences. If it was only comic book fans, they could not have afforded to pay the craft service table budget of that film. And Robert Downey Jr. rose to the occasion and killed it, and that's why he got paid $50 fucking million for later films.
To piggyback that, the Ruben, because like if you talk about casting or the script, if the script was going to be a hit regardless, then I mean Ryan Reynolds delivered the lines as written, and it was not good. I mean, that was a bad take on who Hal Jordan is.
Yep.
The Iron Man movie was I'm just saying.
I'm not putting the Green Lantern movie on par with the Iron Man movie, though. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that.
I'm saying that
you're elevating the Iron Man movie based on nothing.
But I'm
telling you, character, just like in artwork, original art collecting, character is always first before artist. So in movies, in superhero movies, people want to see the superhero, not the alter ego human being. Yeah, so people don't go to watch Tony Stark, they go to see Iron Man. And as long as Iron Man looks really, really cool, they're going to watch it. They would have gone and it would have been a hit.
You have made it incredibly at all. Yeah, you've made it incredibly different. You've just made an apples and oranges comparison.
Hold on. No,
I said, based on what you're saying, Ruben, if that's the case, why did they not just have a complete CGI Iron Man movie with no Tony Stark whatsoever?
Why?
It would not have worked.
No, that's ridiculous. Why would you do that?
Exactly. But that's what you're saying is that the character is what's important. You don't need Tony Stark. That's what you literally just said.
No. I didn't say you don't need Tony Stark. I said the people that watch or want to, they hear about, they're making an Iron Man movie. They're going to want to see it. Not because they're excited about, I can't wait to see how Tony Stark looks and what he talks like when he's at his company talking about technology.
No, you're right. Nobody was saying that. But based on the strength of the performance, that's what made that movie successful.
Yes.
You cared more about Tony Stark.
Yes.
Right. You're like, that's an interesting
character.
I agree that he was good. I agree that he was good. I've always been a fan of his, by the way. So I agree that he was good. And it helped make the movie that much stronger. I'm just saying.
He wasn't good. He was awesome.
Well, whatever.
He wasn't just good. He was awesome. Because if he wasn't awesome, there would have been an Iron Man 2.
It doesn't matter. Yes. Again,
it does matter.
It doesn't matter if you say he's great or good.
The other thing, too, is you keep talking about all the people that are raring to go see this Iron Man. Who is waiting to see the Iron Man movie so rabidly in your fantasy world? Nobody. Because like I said, the movie audiences and the comic book audiences are completely different. Nobody was like, holy shit, there's an Iron Man movie. Let's go. Nobody knew who Iron Man was before that. People knew who Superman was. You know why? The Christopher Reeve movies. People knew who Batman was. You know why? Because Michael Keaton.
Of course, but you're forgetting, Newell, that once you've had multiple superhero movies of characters that the broad mass audience knows, if they enjoy it for the most part, right? If they enjoy the experience, they are more than likely going to give a shot to that next superhero movie, even if they haven't grown up with comics or heard about it. They think like, Spider-Man, wow, what was it, 2000, 2001? Whoa, Spider-Man, of course I know Spider-Man. I'm going to go check it out, right? They ended up liking that. They end up liking the sequels. So they're like, and then they start seeing the X-Men movies. They enjoy that. So then they're like, this whole Marvel thing. It's Marvel. The Marvel name gets put out there. And so the general population, right, who didn't grow up with comics, as you say, they do suddenly have this sort of whatever word you want to use, this flavor for, oh, I really enjoyed those last couple of superhero type movies. They're fun.
Okay.
So when they announce something like Iron Man or, you know, whatever other hero you're talking about, a lot of them will go check it out because, oh, it's the next in line in this whole Marvel thing. It's fun, you know.
I will agree with you.
Present the evidence for that.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
evidence do you have for that to be true?
Human nature. That's just human nature.
But there's no evidence. There's no evidence that what you're saying is true. You
Even
you can absolutely track success. And what you're saying is an opinion. It is not trackable. And what I can tell you for a fact is that Iron Man was not a priority even by the studio that produced it.
You're talking about comic
book less money than Dark Knight.
Circulation on comic books at the time that who cares about that?
Bingo. But you keep saying this like it was the comic. He's an important character in the comic. But no one gives a shit about the comics at that point. Like
people care about the characters. People care about the characters, even if you were never a big comic book collector, let's say. But you may have had a brother, a sister, sibling, cousin, whatever, who did read, whatever. So you might have some outside sort of familiarity, a remembrance that, oh, yeah, I remember I had comics around when I was a kid, whatever. Let's go see that. I know nothing about the character. Let's go see that. So it's such a falsehood for you to try to make it seem like the only people who would ever go and watch a superhero movie that wasn't, you know, one of the biggest worldwide names are comic book fans. And otherwise, nobody's going to go see it. That's bullshit.
No, I think I'm making the exact opposite point. And I think you're making the point that you're saying that I'm making. Which what we're saying is that, yeah, if it was just reliant upon comic book fans, they would have sold enough tickets to pay perhaps for the craft service table. And what we're telling you is that there was a connection in the zeitgeist between casting and understanding of an actor representing the character that now made this throwaway character important. Because honestly, he's a throwaway character until that movie gets made.
Okay, you couldn't be more wrong. That's the most insane.
Except that I'm right. Except that every single metric that you can actually
literally the stupidest thing.
I am correct.
You don't say much stupid things, but that is definitely a stupid thing. I can't believe
everybody gets one.
That is so.
What about what I said was stupid?
Just that whole statement that he was a throwaway character. No,
compared to the Hulk, compared to Spider-Man.
No. Compared to them, he's right under them. Like, what are you talking about, man? No, always.
Never.
Always.
No.
Watch this on Rewind. You'll see all the comments. Yes, always. The guy was an Avenger, for Christ's sakes. He had his own title.
So was Hellcat.
He had his, but she didn't have her own title that lasted 30 years.
She had one that lasted
for a while. Iron Fist.
I mean, I will say
that's a
I won't say
other level down type character. I love him, but he's more on the C or D or whatever you want to call him.
Okay.
But
which makes Iron Man a B level character.
That's okay, but B is great. B is not bad. You make it sound like it's like D list.
Go back in time and tell my parents that when I was in school.
Come on, man.
B is great because when you talk A is the top, right? So there's not going to be a whole lot usually at the top when you're leveling them off that way. You know? So B is great. Yeah, exactly. He was B.
Is that what they taught you in Canadian school?
That's great, but that's not a throwaway. A throwaway is literally these characters that have appeared 10 times over 40 years.
Don't say something you're going to regret.
They make
I swear to God.
appearances like Stingray. No. But you know what I mean? That's throwaway.
This is a setup.
That's throwaway. Come on.
But I'll tell you what. You know what? If at some Blade was a fucking throwaway character, and they made an amazing Blade film way before they made an amazing Iron Man film, and it connected with people because they did it right. But the fact is that doesn't mean that Blade was always an awesome character or an A-list character. What it means is that the right writer and the right casting connected with the general public to make that thing mean something. And so that's where I say, drop my mic, pick up my lunch, and shine my shoes, motherfucker, because I just proved it.
Listen, if you took a poll of a bunch of comic fans, whatever, art fans, whoever you want, right? And enough people answered, you would be so drowned out by that statement of,
why would I make a poll of just comic book fans when they represent such a small portion of the people who saw the film?
Because
and when you take that poll means something.
He's a comic book character. That's the original source. That's the source material. So that's what
if you ask people before the Iron Man movie got made, what film would you like to see? They'd have said Spider-Man, Hulk, Wolverine, Ghost Rider, any number of characters instead of Iron Man, who was such a dismissed, not important character at that point. Am I wrong?
You are wrong about saying
we can go back and look at every single comic publication who tracked what fan favorites were and compare. Or we can use your memory of things. By the way,
Sean's correcting your fact, by the way. So just take a little read there.
What, 20K versus 40K subscriptions? Is that what you're talking about?
Selling 40K, not 20K.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Because 20,000 issues in 2001.
Yeah, 100%. 100% difference. 100% difference. And you're telling the viewers that you're spitting facts when you're not. So yeah, you're off by 100%. Wow.
If the numbers reported are correct, which you don't know are, and secondary, it doesn't really change things. We're not talking about 1 million subscribers. In that same time frame, what was X-Men selling? In that same time frame, what was Spawn selling? In that same time frame, what was like a Vertigo title selling?
Always 2 or 3 that are hitting the close to 100 grand.
No, there's a top 20, and Iron Man wasn't in it.
No, there was no top 20 hitting 100,000. No, there wasn't.
No, but there were a top 20 comics, and Iron Man was not in the top 20 comics. I mean, is this not correct? Are we in the fucking upside down? Where all of a sudden Iron Man was a top 20 comic?
You're putting way too much importance on how popular Iron Man comic sales were at that time. I don't think that's of.
Well, was there ever a point when Iron Man was in the top 20?
Well, so when you buy and sell a house, doesn't it matter when you buy and sell a house?
Matt.
When you buy and sell a stock?
Matt.
Doesn't it matter when you buy and sell a stock? Like, Matt, doesn't the value of gold or silver matter upon when you buy and sell the silver?
Yeah, and Matt, in Hollywood, for superhero movies, okay, the most important thing, believe it or not,
I can't wait to hear this. A guy who's never been to Hollywood.
Is what are the odds that this character will look good on screen, and that that we can make a story around it, right? Can we take these characters, right, and turn them into live action in a way that people will want to see it?
And yet we had a Catwoman movie.
So Iron Man always, and I mean always, had that potential.
Movie.
Iron Man always had that potential.
Repulsive.
As long as the budget was big enough, Iron Man, because it's essentially like you can look at it as a science fiction movie. I mean, they've done all kinds of spaceships and whatever. Technology that makes good-looking spaceships, you can make a guy with an iron suit. So I always
felt speculation. I'm not talking about speculation. I'm talking about verifiable, trackable numbers.
Here's the thing. If we're talking about
Larry's telling you, GL, about your earlier comment, GL, more important than Iron Man, is one of the worst takes of all time.
It is. It's terrible. And to the point, Iron Man is a great take on it.
No. But you said earlier that the Green Lantern was more important than Iron Man. Iron Man was a throwaway. You said Green Lantern.
The character Green Lantern was a more recognizable IP at the time that movie was made than Iron Man was as a recognizable IP at that time. Don't get it twisted. Don't try and change what I said. I think it's pretty clear what I was saying. And if it wasn't, I apologize, and I've just corrected it. But the fact is that when you compare the two, it's really trackable. You can see what.
No. I don't even know if I'm making a point to what's happening.
Are we calling Iron Man as important as Batman in this?
No.
Is that the statement?
No.
Because that's bullshit.
So the other thing about Iron Man, and when you're talking about like how to start a universe or whatever, that and to Ruben's point, Iron Man is it's an easy concept to understand to general audiences. It's a guy in an armored suit. So like, but you have to give a shit about the guy that's in the armored suit.
Damn.
Yeah. So it's
I didn't say you didn't.
I know.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
It was heavily implied.
That it wasn't even important that Robert Downey Jr. was cast in it because apparently comic art pages and what people buy is more important that he's in the suit, which is it's like apples and oranges. But that was the point you made, Ruben.
I actually don't think that was the point Ruben made.
The point I made.
Let me make it
go ahead.
For you, Ruben. So I think yes. So like I think what Ruben was saying though was that you cared about Tony Stark, but he's saying that it was less reliant on Robert Downey Jr. as the Iron Man because he's reading that script. So it's the script in that character, that version of Tony Stark was a solid version of Tony Stark, and it's less reliant on Robert Downey Jr. is what I think Ruben was saying. Is that correct? Or
say the last part again. The last sentence.
You said it was like it was a solid movie, but like it was less about Robert Downey Jr. as that Tony Stark as it was Tony Stark was relatable and likable in the movie.
I'm not sure. Let me rephrase.
So
what I'm saying is Robert Downey Jr. I've always been a fan of it since the beginning of his career, right? So I was happy to see him cast, right? I was like, okay, that's cool because I'm a big fan of his, right? But what I'm trying to say is because it's a superhero movie, the vast majority of fans who want to see an Iron Man movie, right? This live action adaptation, they're going because, well, first of all, obviously you see ads, you see commercials and all that, and the first
what
thing.
What are you defining as a fan?
Huh? Anybody who it doesn't even matter. Anybody, because with superheroes, as you know,
anybody isn't necessarily a fan.
But with superheroes, as you know, movies, I mean, the worry, right? The big fear for most people is like, oh my God, is it going to look cheesy, right? Because we spent decades with a lot of these attempts on television and whatever, and we didn't have the technology, so a lot of it looked cheesy, right? The Spider-Man TV show, Captain America TV show, all that stuff, right? And so for a lot of people, that's the first thought is, oh man, I hope it looks good. Oh man, like Spider-Man, right? 2000, 2001. It's like, oh my God, I hope this is good. Oh my God, I hope this is good. And when we saw it, like, oh my God, it looks pretty good. Oh my God, wow, So what I'm saying is, for Iron Man, it's the same thing. The most important thing in most people's minds is when you hear Iron Man, I'm gonna go see Iron Man. Oh, does it look good? Like, how does Iron Man look? It's not, oh, when that hero is out of costume, I wonder how the actor, what kind of a job the actor is going to do as the alter ego. You want to see Iron Man. Like I said earlier, when you buy the comics, most of us, if not all of us, we buy the superhero comics because we were attracted to the visual of what the superhero looks like, not what the alter ego looks like, right? I never got attracted to a comic book. For example, Hulk was my first love, Spider-Man. It wasn't, oh, look at that nerdy scientist guy, whatever. That's interesting. I want to see him do science experiments. And the Hulk is a sideshow, right? I want to see the Hulk.
You're talking about the sizzle versus the steak, Ruben. You're talking about the sizzle versus the steak. And you're also talking about the difference between comic book fans and the people that actually made that a successful movie. And these are very different things. You cannot conflate them.
No.
Every single person who read comic books, every comic book, not just even the Iron Man comic book, if every person read every comic book on the newsstands had gone and seen Iron Man, it would have been a failure. So like what happens is that you have to hook the general public. And the general public are like, oh, this is a movie about a guy in a mechanized suit. Why do I care about this? Well, I care about this because there's a guy in the suit who you can identify with or not identify with or like or hate or any of these things. But there has to be a connection. And that connection is what makes or breaks a film. There have been many superhero films. You know, Superman, the first Christopher Reeve Superman is 1978. And there's been many shitty superhero films since then, and until that Spider-Man movie. You know, very many terrible superhero films. And also a couple of very surprisingly successful independent hit films that were not based on tremendously popular characters. So the idea that because something is popular in print or isn't popular in print is or isn't going to make a good film is completely irrelevant. They're two different things. Like I said, Men in Black. How many comics of Men in Black #1 were published and sold compared to the success of that film?
Hold on.
Most people even know it's based on a comic.
Matt, you go on for so long that you make so many points I want to respond to, and then I forget them all, right? Because it takes forever.
Ruben doesn't have time to fill out his spreadsheet.
I want to try not to interrupt as much as possible, obviously, right? I don't like to do it, but and otherwise I forget. And I'm already forgetting because it's so goddamn hot in here. You just made a point. What's the last thing you said? I'm sorry, because that's what I wanted to.
Men in Black.
Oh, the Men in Black. Thank you. That actually goes to the point I made earlier about the Superman movie, where when studios, superhero, Marvel, DC, when they sort of look at the universe and say, well, what else can we do? Because again, especially DC, right? Because they've never been that's the reality, as popular as Marvel with their characters, right? And so you kind of have to, at some point, stop going back to the well on the same two guys, right? Or three, I guess, the Trinity, right?
Wait. You just said that DC hasn't been as popular as Marvel with their characters, including Superman and Batman. Now continue.
What?
You just said DC wasn't as popular with their characters as Marvel, even though DC has Superman and Batman. Continue.
What's your point?
I think I made the point by saying what I just said, which is that you're crazy. That Superman and Batman are very popular characters that have made massive box office successes. And you just kind of threw this thing out there like it was a fact that Marvel's characters have done better. And that's not the case.
That's not at all what I'm saying.
Then what are you saying? Say it differently.
Marvel has, for at least since basically the dawn of the Marvel age, right, with comic books.
Are you talking about comic books?
Well, again, that's the source material.
Yeah, but who cares? Like
it all originates from comics. That's why everybody cares.
And beer, it comes from water. But I mean, like,
we're comic book fans, Matt. We are comic book fans.
But we're not what makes a movie a hit.
What?
Comic book fans aren't what makes a movie a hit. The general population is what makes a movie a hit.
A lot of the general pop takes their cues from people they know on word of mouth, who have been or are now or used to know somebody who was tied to comic books. So you have to stop thinking about the general pop on movies as these people who just have complete zero connection to any comic book character ever. That's not reality. Yes.
I disagree.
How much money did Spawn make in the movies?
I don't know, but stop going off on tangents.
On the newsstand at the time.
Stop going off on tangents. Look, to your point about the Men in Black thing.
Important piece of information.
Men in Black. Stick to the topic. That goes to what I was saying earlier, okay?
Right.
About digging into your universe to see what else you have, rather than constantly beating the same horse, right? Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. Of course, we already know those are their biggest characters, so they're always going to continue to try to make new ones whenever possible of those, right? But people want more than that. I would like to think that most comic book fans would like to see efforts made to see more than just the same three characters from DC, right? So what I'm saying is, when you have this new Superman movie, I see it as those Justice Gang people. I absolutely see it as the primary reason that they were in there. It's not because they thought this is going to make a great part, fitting into the story. It's going to make the story better. I think the primary reason is we need to put more characters out there as a test run to see how the movie audience takes it. Because maybe that way it's a possibility that, hey, just that alone, right, as little guest stars in this Superman movie, we've got a lot, just seeing how people react to that. Maybe we can now, with less risk, try some kind of a what's his name, Mr. Terrific or Hawkman, or whatever, Green Lantern,
Sure.
And that's what I'm saying, and that's why your example of the Men in Black thing, right? You're right. It sold nothing. It was like when I saw the movies, I didn't even know it was a comic. You know what I mean? So those are the types of things. It goes to that Justice League, those characters, that same kind of topic we were saying before, where like there's so many characters in existence in comics that even though they're not known by the general populace, and let's be honest, even these Justice Gang members in this Superman movie, I would even say that even not only comic book fans, but even plenty of DC, primarily DC, people that identify more as DC fans than Marvel, right?
Sure.
Plenty of those people probably didn't know anything about Mr. Terrific,
Sure.
or you know what I'm saying?
100%.
So Men in Black, it's that same type of thing. So it may not work great as a comic book. It may not have been popular as a comic book, but when you read them and you see what they're about, you learn about them. It's one of those things where you're kind of like, hey, in live action, this could possibly work, So that's why I'm saying it's not always that the sales numbers on a comic book necessarily have to jive with the popularity of the characters at large, and ergo, that's the only way we decide whether we should make movies of these characters. Hence, they took a chance on Men in Black because it didn't matter that the characters were known or not. It was more about, this is kind of an interesting concept. I'm a Hollywood guy, and I read this random independent comic, and it was actually kind of interesting. The concept is interesting, and though because in comics most people are superhero oriented, I understand why it may not have sold much. But in a movie, even if nobody has to know that it's comic book, right, source material. Just because the concept is cool, it'll probably work. It could really work. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I
like Iron Man.
Like what?
Like Iron Man.
That's we're gonna have to agree to disagree on the level of popularity. Anyways, even though you keep putting Iron Man down that way, the fact that you said B-list, like I said, I agree with that. B-list is strong. It's high. B-list is not throwaway. So I'm good with that. But let's get back if we can. So we're not here for 20 hours.
Hey, has anybody seen that Superman movie?
Exactly. So let's get back to the Superman.
I heard there's a superpowered pet in it. It doesn't look like the pet in the comics.
Because I do. So let's hit a couple of these. Let's try to stay, if we can. I know it's hard. Let's try to stay focused on. We'll take one element at a time, right? Because I am curious as to what everybody thought about these things, right? So easy one to start with, since we were just talking about it, right? The Justice Gang characters. For those of you who haven't watched the movies, there's these 4 other superheroes in the movie other than Superman. They're just Justice League characters, and they're referred to as the Justice Gang. Anyway, so you guys, what was your overall feelings about on those characters, the casting and the costume quality? Like, in other words, how they look while they're on camera in action or whatever. Yeah, in general, that.
No comment. Next.
Okay, Carl.
I thought the casting was great on the characters. I mean, I like their, like I said, I like their role in the movie. I like their portrayal. I mean, Guy was exactly who Guy should be. He'll be there. He'll do the heroic stuff, but he's such a douche, and like that's who he is in this movie. And
yeah.
I like that. And you've always visually, you look at Guy, you're like, that guy looks ridiculous. So that character looks ridiculous. So
it's
for the feedback on Nathan Fillion, like, oh, that character looks ridiculous. Like, yeah, that's the freaking point. Like that, but he's still like so cocky. Like he looks ridiculous, but he still has that attitude. And so to me, Nathan Fillion portrayed that well. So that's, you know, I liked it. Hawk Girl.
Hold on, Carl. Let's take them one at a time.
Okay.
Matt, it'll be easier that way.
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, what's your take on the Green
My
Lantern?
take is very similar to Carl's in that I was very concerned when I saw the early footage of Nathan as Guy Gardner, and he wasn't in the green suit, and it seemed like a parody of the character. And then you see the film, and you're like, they nailed it. Like it's like, is he too old? Kind of doesn't even matter.
Interesting that you say that, Matt, because funny, until you just said that, I actually, because that is one of the things that I noticed as I was watching it, right? But interestingly enough, you're the first guy I've actually heard or read anybody mention that he may have looked kind of too old, which surprises me, because like I noticed right away, my first thought was, like what everybody was kind of saying was like, oh God, they didn't do a great job with the bowl cut. Like it just looks even more ridiculous than in the comics, right? Like a lot of people were saying. And I kind of agree too. Because I thought, like, what I remembered it was he had the bowl cut, but usually didn't he have like shaved sides? So the sides looked kind of cool because at least they were shaved or whatever. So a little bit more, somewhat modern, whatever, bowl cut looking. And this looked like he had still long hair on the side. So it looked worse, And so that was kind of like, a little bit of a critique for me. But I thought, he looks kind of old. I'm like, doesn't he look like he's like a 59-year-old Green Lantern? It's just odd to me. But I will say, it didn't bother me because I thought the script, so in other words, so we're all on the same page, the words he had to speak, okay, and how he spoke them, I thought were great. I thought I'm reading the Guy Gardner that I always hated in the comics, but I kind of liked hating him, if not loved him. You know what I mean? The
guy you love to hate. And I mean, like, he really nailed it. And honestly, like, the haircut, which, like I said, looked like a real parody of the character. Now, in 2025, when you look at social media influencers, there's almost an instinct to look ridiculous to get likes or to get eyes on you. And I could see that being an aspect of this character. And of course, we get from him in a line from the film of like, he likes anybody who likes him, which is kind of very Trumpian, but also is sort of like what was to the core of the Guy Gardner character in the 80s, as written by Giffen and DeMatteis, is that he is kind of a parody character. And of like all those supporting characters, like,
you're still talking about Guy?
And now you and I, we know what Guy Gardner's powers are. Do you know what Mr. Terrific's powers are? Do you know like what Hawk Girl's whole origin is? I thought she was an alien with fucking wings. Like, so like me seeing that not being the case, I was like, oh, I guess I didn't know anything about that character. And you know what? Didn't matter to me. Did not matter to me.
I don't know anything about either of those characters.
Versus what she was cool. I like that she did a thing that we all wished somebody would do in the film. We won't say what it is. And I mean, but there are parallels, and I've seen this written about, to the Black Adam movie. I just think that it was done better in this film than it was done in the Black Adam film.
I wish I could comment on that, but I didn't see that one. So
me neither.
It's better than I think it got credit for, but it's not.
By the way, was it the Black Adam movie? Didn't that movie have a Hawk Girl also? Was it Hawkman?
Hawkman.
Oh, okay. Oh, it was one of those superhero DC TV series that didn't Hawk Girl appear, or was it also Hawkman?
I mean, I can't tell you about the CW. I follow none of that stuff.
Okay. I do remember Hawkman.
Yeah.
But I thought Hawk Girl had already appeared somewhere. But anyways, okay, that's fine. But so Green Lantern, let me just have this whole Guy Gardner thing. So I thought that was good. That was fine. But having said that, I will also say the age thing, it did kind of bother me enough where I said, look, if he ever appears again, I'll be fine because he did a good job of it. But at the same time, if you told me they're going with another actor that still kind of looks like him. Because what I liked is he had that weird, goofy, ugly face. Sorry, Nathan, but normally I don't think he's ugly. But
expressive face, you know.
Yeah. So, but yeah, you know, I'm sure they could get somebody who looks similar and still younger, and I'd be okay with it. But either way, I'm fine, whatever, you know.
But just like the age of the Ma and Pa Kent being that much older than Clark, which I think really actually fits the original origin of like this couple that were old and never had children, and then they find a baby. It makes sense that they'd be that much older, and we sort of hadn't seen that before. That we also know that Guy Gardner is like a guy that's gets into a car accident before he gets to the alien, and therefore Hal Jordan gets the power ring, that he's an older guy and that he's in stasis or he just like ages out, and then they finally reward him with a ring like 20 years later. So like, yeah, Guy Gardner is a lot older than every other Green Lantern that we're familiar with. So it kind of makes sense that we'd be a little bit older. I think we're also like, we're guilty of thinking in terms of, you know, focus groups. Like as comic book fans, we start thinking like focus groups, like how is this going to pan out over 10 years? We shouldn't think like that. We do, because we know how studios think, and we know that it's going to affect whether or not we get another good movie, and how long that can happen. But we've been sort of trained in the worst possible way to think like the least powerful person at a studio focus group. So like we are willing to accept things because they make sense in this weird idea that, oh, this person can be the character for 10 years, as opposed to this person will be great in 2 movies. You know, and I think that what we're getting a sense of from the James Gunn DC universe is that they're not moving forward with anything that doesn't have a complete script, which is why the next movie is Supergirl, and why the next movie after that is Clayface. There's going to be a Clayface movie. Now, if this had been the Marvel universe, and that would be like, you know, like a weird Spider-Man spinoff, you'd be like, oh, this is going to suck. And yeah, and that proves to be true 9 times out of 10. But we've also got like a really good writer who handed in an amazing take on the character. We're told, I haven't read it, but like a guy who's had some enormous success with films, even films that aren't necessarily financially successful, like Life of Chuck, which is an amazing film that got completely just like did not connect with people. They should have released it earlier. They waited too long and they fucked it up. It's kind of like a January release that hit in June or in May. And but the guy's a good writer. He's a powerful force in entertainment, and I trust his takes. Mike, who did the House of Usher and did a lot of Stephen King adaptations.
Was that Fall of the House of Usher, or was it called
the Netflix show?
Oh, yeah, the show. Yeah. I actually heard. Was that good?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
So I mean, that being the case, I like that as a method of operating more so than what we're seeing in Marvel, which is greenlight this because we need this to land before this other movie, even though we don't have a script. I mean, we've heard from people who worked in special effects on other Marvel stuff that it's like we were getting script changes every day, which means the budget goes up $1 million to $2 million every day they change it. Right. You know, in pre-production, which is nuts. And so like that becomes a really major factor. And there seems to be a fundamental change in how they're addressing world building as opposed to how Marvel is addressing world building. We'll see how it pans out. I mean, like the most important thing I can say about Superman, and I think it's a good movie. I don't think it's an amazing movie. I think it's a good movie, and I think they got a lot right in it. I think there's things that aren't great, and there's things I didn't love, but I understand why they did them. But at the end of that film, it didn't give me like an Easter egg that means I have to see this other thing based on the Easter egg. The two like kind of post-credit sequences are sort of just like doubling down on what you saw was pretty good, and what's going to come after this is going to be pretty good. And like, I want to see more of that world. I want to see more of what James Gunn has in store for me. Like, I trust him, and I didn't trust him before I saw it. And I've known the guy for fucking 30 years, but like, I didn't know if he was the right guy. And now I'm like, I trust him. But I hope that doesn't embolden him to dismiss criticism as he moves forward. That's what I'll say.
Carl, you look like you wanted to say something earlier.
Yeah, no, I was saying I like to Matt's point, like dropping us in the middle of the DC universe. They could go any direction from there. It's not this linear, like, okay, you watch Iron Man and then you're gonna get to the point where they all do their all solo movies and it leads to Avengers, and like there's like a path. And I like that this is just, let's put some good shit out there. Let's, you know, put in a good script, get that greenlit, and then go from there. And because there's so many directions you could go, and there's so many different tones of characters in the DC universe, and give us all different flavors. And I think it's a great start. So
all right, let me just say, and I don't, man, I really hope this doesn't go off on a whole other, because again,
it will. But it's okay.
I think hopefully some of you guys could tune in again next week, because I think this needs. I don't have anything planned anyways, but I think this really needs another show next week. But I haven't even gotten to a single movie on my list, right? So
I mean, did you expect to, Ruben?
I really didn't, to be honest. I didn't, but yeah.
What else is on the list?
You know me.
There's a 900-pound gorilla in the living room, and look at those plates.
But I just wanted to say quick, without hopefully getting off topic, with the Green Lantern thing. And I think I've said this before on one of my previous shows. And you know, maybe we can touch upon it next week. Guy Gardner aside, forget him. I've always felt that Green Lantern, what do you call it? The Green Lantern IP.
Sure.
Green Lantern. Let's say a plural. Green Lanterns, right? The Green Lantern universe, right? I long felt DC, because you know, again, not wanting to do the Trinity over and over and over and only keep doing that, right? Look for something else, right? So I think what could be a huge hit would be the Green Lantern universe, right? But make it, don't promote. I think Hollywood should stop, continuously treating these superhero movies as superhero movies. In other words, how do I say it? So I know we're in that, 20 whatever years now of these superhero movies. It's all been fun and great, whatever. I really feel, though, oftentimes when they don't succeed, I feel like oftentimes part of the reason is because they tried so hard to try to make it like the comic book or whatever. I feel like Green Lanterns, if you took that property, right, and you made a science fiction movie, and by the way, you don't even call it Green Lanterns. You don't even put that name in the title. You come up with a cool name, right? And it sounds and looks like a proper science fiction movie that, let's say, the majority of it takes place in outer space.
Like Prometheus?
Planet. Huh?
Like Prometheus?
Why? What's that? You mean the comic book?
The Aliens movie. But it's just released as Prometheus.
Yeah. Oh, right. With that type of thing. Right.
Yeah.
So that kind of idea, right? And it's like, get the whole comic book thing out of your head. Just think of it as a science fiction film which is about, this planet with these little, well, it probably looks stupid on camera. So they'd have to change the look of the Guardians of Oa so that they don't look ridiculous. But yeah, these Guardians, whatever, they give these powerful weapons to one individual from every planet in the solar system, blah, 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 right? And you work a whole story around some sort of intergalactic war in outer space, right? And you feature, to me, if you feature like the Red Lanterns, because those vicious, they're vicious mofos. Let's say they can be the antagonists, whatever. Just think of it. Like, to me, when I think about it in my head, I see a Star Wars-esque type of movie with all these lanterns flying around, evil ones, good ones. And I just think if you focus more on the sci-fi angle of it all, I just think they could do something really, really good compared to, let's say, the 2007 Green Lantern movie you were thinking.
I like that idea, but let's make it a sci-fi leaning police procedural.
Are you being facetious now?
No.
Oh.
Well, we're space cops.
Do we know? Do we know about the Lanterns TV show that they're developing?
Is that a thing?
Yeah,
is that just an invented thing that was already invented?
That's a thing that's coming.
Shit.
Oh, really?
Already happening.
But it's not. It's they cast Hal Jordan, Jon Stewart, Guy Groner is going to be in it. I think it actually, they are intergalactic space cops, but I think a lot of the action's set on Earth, and that's probably budget reasons. But yeah, that's coming. They're doing a Lantern show on HBO coming in 2020.
Damn, I should go work in Hollywood.
But I mean, also you pay millions of dollars for an IP and you don't put it in the title. That will never happen in Hollywood. I do also think that we can look forward to Ana de Armas as Yara Flor, Wonder Woman. Not going to be the Diana Prince Wonder Woman. And I think that's probably a good move. Because then if it doesn't work, you always get Diana Prince. So it makes sense. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. But I think the fact that we've been talking about this, and for the amount of time we've been talking about it, and many other people have as well, is that there is interest in what comes next. Was there really any interest in what came next after Man of Steel? It was a mandate. It was like, here's a movie. We know we're getting another movie, whether we want it or not. And, that it didn't really, when I saw Man of Steel, I'm like, this dude's, he looks like Superman, I guess, but it didn't capture the essence of the character. It seemed like this part's from Thor, this part's from Iron Man, this part's from this other thing. The weird linear changes in the story, a la Pulp Fiction, didn't make any sense. And I think we're back on track to what makes entertainment in the superhero space appealing. It is very much a comic book movie. And we haven't had one of those in a long time. Like I said, when I first hopped on, is like, we've seen a lot of superpowered people. We haven't seen a lot of heroes. And now we have a hero. And then we even have people who are like hired heroes that have their differences with each other. And it's going to be an interesting springboard from which to build. I mean, we saw the exit sign where it was like Gotham 23 miles or next 2 exits or some shit. So we know that it's in the same universe, but he didn't hit us over the head with it. And I've hated that we've had so many Marvel films where the post-credit sequences are hinting at something that never happened.
Yeah.
And that's what, I mean, Gunn said that. I mean, he hated having to have a stinger in movies that have characters be moved around in universe. Now I got to deal with Thor in my movie, and then so you knew from the beginning, from what he has said in the past, that those stingers in this movie were not going to be breadcrumbs to lead you to the next thing.
Yeah.
It's just going to be something fun, and it was. So.
And that sequence with the Collector that was at the end of Guardians, was it at the end of Guardians?
The one with Howard the Duck?
No, it's actually there's a Collector sequence, and it doesn't look like the rest of the movie. It really looks cheap. It almost looks like a shot in the Canadian television kind of thing, tacked on to the end of a huge Hollywood budget film. And I remember talking to him. I was like, did you direct that? And he's like, yeah. They made me shoot this fucking thing. And I was like, oh, because I didn't want to immediately shred it, but I was like, yeah, it doesn't look like the rest of the movie. He's like, yeah, I know, they just made me do this thing because it has to fit into this other thing. But yeah, I directed it, and I was like, oh. And and when I'd read the first, one of the early drafts of the script, and talked to James about it, of Guardians of the Galaxy, and talked to him about it. And he's like, yeah, I got a lot of notes from the studio. I was like, and immediately you're like, oh, that's gonna suck. He's like, no, the notes are good. So and then I saw the differences when I saw the film and how much had been added and brought into it from what his initial spec script had been. And having, in that case, Kevin Feige in the room was a big thing. And every project we've seen since really hasn't had Kevin Feige's imprint. So the second Guardians he was sort of kind of left to his own accord, and that's successful and not successful for very different reasons. The third film was just kind of we've been fucking screwing this up for so long. Let's let the dude do what he does and see what we get. And it's sort of a weird adaptation of kind of Guardians, but a lot of We Three, the DC comic, which he always wanted to do. So, yeah, I mean, this is the first film where we're seeing James Gunn not having to answer to somebody and delivering a film that is conscious of what it needs to be for a mass audience. And that's more so than Suicide Squad, more so than Guardians 3, certainly more so than the TV stuff. And I think that it's fun to see, you know, the Peacemaker on TV, like in the movie, talk about what he's talking about, because it kind of references some silliness from the, you know, the previous season. But that that show is just like, it's too much of that James Gunn thing. It's too much of that, like a lot of swearing, a lot of irreverence. And I was afraid that was going to infect the Superman movie, and it didn't. I mean, like, it had all the best beats of the first Guardians film. Like, it had heart. It was pure in a weird way, right? Like,
sorry, you keep mentioning Guardians. What's Guardians? What's that?
Guardians of the
Galaxy.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a separate show called Guardians of Oa. That's coming to Amazon Prime.
Okay, let me go into those other Justice League characters, because we don't got all night, obviously, right? So I just wanted to say with Hawk Girl, and you guys can tell me your thoughts. So for me, the costume, it's funny. It depends on how they shot her, depending on whether it was from far right, like a far long shot, mid range, or close up, right? From the mid and longer shots, when she was in action, particularly, there's a couple of times where in action, she's carrying what do you call that? The mace? Is that the mace? The club with the...
Yes, yeah.
You know? And she's like screaming, you know, like a warrior. Like, right, she smashes whoever she's smashing. I thought, like, oh, that looks awesome, right? She did that a couple of times. It looked good. But then there was one where they do a quick seconds worth of a close-up as she's yelling, and the helmet looks like she's wearing like cosplay plastic costume. So it looks stupid for that 1 second. So I'm kind of like, I know it's only a second, so it's not so bad, but it still bothers me, you know?
I bet they fix it for home video.
Especially what?
I bet they fix it for home video.
Oh, you think? No, maybe. But yeah, and at one point, I noticed because I guess she was, you know, together with the other characters. I realized, I was like, oh my god, it looked like. And again, it was just the eyeball test, but pretty sure the actress looks like she's like no more than 5 feet. Like
she's
like,
short.
petite.
She's very short.
Petite, yeah. So it's kind of like.
No, she's like 5'1".
Yeah. See, I'm always a big fan with superhero movies that I like when they hire nobody, like no names, you know, unknown actors. So I was good with that. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, God, with all the people that are trying to get roles in Hollywood, they want to get jobs, whatever, and you're looking to hire a no-name actor because you can pay them cheaply, you know. There's so much, like, why not fit the like, I don't know, when you know that the character is a warrior, right? This winged warrior, whatever, from this other planet, like they're like Hawk policemen or whatever they are. I don't know. Is it that hard to like maybe when you put the casting call out? Can you not call for, like, you know, 5'9" to 5'10" type women actresses we're looking for? Like,
you're gonna get shredded for what you just said, Ruben. Like, you're gonna get clipped by women who are comic fans who are gonna be like, "This is exactly the wrong take." I get where you're coming from. And there's an element of like, do they look right on screen next to the people they're cast on? I gotta say this about that actress, is that she's a really good actress. And so I think when they cast her, she didn't have a lot to do in this film, but if you break her out into another movie, you need somebody who has the dynamism and the performance chops to be a good actress in scenes where you get a lot of her. And they are universe building. We can't forget about that. You know, if you were to say like, oh, they introduced Black Widow in like for 5 seconds in Iron Man 2 and didn't understand that why they cast Scarlett Johansson, who is 5'2", to be the Black Widow.
Is she only 5'2"?
If she's 5'4", that's on the tall side.
Wow. She never came off as short to me, or petite, you know?
Maybe it's how they shot her, you know, but she's not a very tall girl. She's also very like
5'3", according to the internet.
Wow.
Yeah, so she has like an hourglass figure too, which is also really hard to shoot for a short girl. But so does, you know, our Arcona or Jonah, the actress who plays Hawk Girl. She's also got kind of an hourglass figure, and I mean, she was fantastic in the second season of.
She was Dora. She was the girl who played Dora the Explorer. Apparently,
yes.
Marcus.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
wait. Dora, you mean Dora the movie? That live action movies?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And she was also in the second oh my gosh, the film about the drug cartels in Mexico and
Sicario?
Sicario 2. She's in Sicario 2. And she's like a very central character in Sicario 2. So she's a good performer. And I mean, she's excellent in the second season of The Last of Us. Like amazing.
Is Marcus here? Is he saying that Jenna Ortega was the actress for Hot Girl?
No, but she's also not very tall.
Oh, okay. Okay. What is the name of the Hot Girl? Do you know? The Hot Girl actress?
It's
Isabella Merced.
Isabella Merced.
Oh, I've heard that name. Okay.
I really didn't think that her. I mean, I gave zero thought to her height in this movie.
Yeah. Again, let me, Carl. Just because you said that, I just want to clarify.
I'm not saying you're nitpicking.
It doesn't make or break me. Like, you know what I mean? If I like how they portrayed the character, I really don't care about the height, right? I'm not fixated on the height. But just like, Robert Downey Jr., he's also probably not more than 5'2" or something like that. Right? I could care less that he's
5'7" actually, but yeah.
Huh?
I think he's
7? Is he? Okay. Well, they always talk
him by a bit, so yeah.
Okay. Well, they always talked about him like, oh my God, Robert Downey Jr. so short, whatever. So I just figured, I always thought he was much smaller. But anyways, so it doesn't bother me. I'm just saying it's just like an observation that I always notice where, like, why not? And again, it didn't bother me when they did the She-Hulk show, which, by the way, I really enjoyed. It didn't bother me that actress was tiny. She also looked like she's 5 feet tall. I don't know how tall she is. She looks short. She looks petite, Didn't bother me. But
that one didn't matter as long as they made the She-Hulk big, right?
Yeah. Exactly. But it doesn't mean that I
would have been good to make She-Hulk good.
But it doesn't mean that I didn't at least think about, like, oh wow, compared to Jennifer Walters, like, she's really tiny or whatever. Like, again, it won't make or break my desire to see them or whatever, But I just find it a curious Hollywood casting thing where, like, I don't know, you're basing characters off these characters. You kind of can find out very quickly and easily what they look like, how they're, like Wonder Woman even, right? They chose a taller actress. I think that's good because, she's an Amazon, that whole thing. But I'm not a huge fan because I always thought, like, why not get an unknown who, like, pull somebody from a gym who can maybe act a little bit.
Did they do that? I mean, like, was she very well known before?
No. She was not. She was not known. Not known, but super, super thin. So to me, I don't know. It just. I find it would be more believable to.
It wasn't the Israeli military.
Doesn't mean that you're a powerhouse. A lot of people are in the military and they're 5'0". You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I'm just. I don't know. I just feel like you're a part of this land of warriors. And you're women warriors, and you're the top warrior from this group of women warriors. I don't know. I just think it would be cool to see hire like some 6'2" woman who.
You've seen MMA, right?
Huh?
You've seen MMA.
Yeah.
You seen women's MMA?
Yeah.
Who wins?
Who wins between what?
Who wins titles in women's MMA? They're not monsters. They're fucking athletic. No, they're like svelte and tend to be short.
Yeah, you got to be, but you got to be good and well-rounded at all. The arts that you're practicing, right? You can't be
9% body fat or less, but I mean, they don't have to be like huge.
I need to go. I need to go. So it's been fun.
No, thank you. I wish you had seen it, and then you could have talked, but that's okay. Enjoy it.
I'll go watch it. I'll write you a review or something.
Love that shirt, dude, by the way.
Appreciate you coming in. Thank you, man.
All right, see you guys. Go Commission Yevgeny.
See you, brother.
Max says, yeah, she's a great actress in The Last of Us. Who now? The hot girl actress?
Yeah, Isabel Merced.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yevgeny's no on hot girl. I feel like she needed to be larger. Right. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying I can live with it, but it would be cool. It's funny what you said. earlier, Matt, about how, oh my God, now you said it. Now all these feminists, whatever, are going to start blah, blah, blah. You know what? I don't care, because at the same time that those women will have an issue with that comment, right? There's plenty of larger women in the world who also never get acting roles because
They're not good actors.
They're no, but they're too big. They may be okay actors, but when do you usually see Hollywood hire large women? I mean, talking about, tall, strong-looking, athletic women. It's rare. It's usually the beauty they go for, which is typically not 5'9", 5'10". You
got the actress that very famously was cut from The Mandalorian. And she was cast in a Deadpool film. She was cast as a main character in a full season.
Yeah, that's fine. That's one. That's one. But again, she's not. She was strong because she was a fighter, but she wasn't tall. But strong, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's like she with that casting, I liked it because they covered one of the things that I usually hope to see with female heroic casting. Right? I would like to see, for a change, a really muscular but also tall, like look Amazonian. In other words, if the character that they're based on is that type of a character, I think it would look cool. And again, for all the women that would be like, oh, what are you bitching on? A tiny. Listen, my wife is less than 5 feet tall. I got no problem with small, tiny women. I'm just saying. There's as many women who are larger, more muscular, who would not get hired because they don't look the traditional look for Hollywood, and so they also would be bitching and they'd be cheering me on for saying that. You know what I mean? So, anyways, just an observation. Mr. Terrific. I think the consensus is pretty unanimous. I haven't heard anybody say anything negative about what he looked like. Mind you, again, it's an unknown character. But it doesn't matter. The point is does he look ridiculous, right? Does the costume look stupid? Does the makeup look stupid? I thought he looked really good.
Well, to your point, and someone raised it in the chat, and I was going to raise it if they hadn't. But Wolverine's like 5'3" in the comics,
right?
And Hugh Jackman's 6'1".
Yeah.
Terrible miscasting, and yet we all love him.
Yeah.
Gal Gadot is 5'10". Gina Carano is 5'8". So Wonder Woman is taller than Gina Carano, who is a kind of beefed up actress. I mean, there's going to be a shortage of people who are tall, who can act, who are physical. I mean, there are tall actresses, and certainly there's Gina, who is in The Long Kiss Goodnight, who is in Cutthroat. What the hell is her name?
Cutthroat Island.
Yeah, Cutthroat Island. She's like 6 feet tall, and she's also an accomplished archer. I believe she was selected for the U.S. Olympic team for archery. And she's about, I think she's 6 feet tall. But she's an excellent actress, but she's also not someone who's going to do her own stunts. She's not somebody who's maybe necessarily going to train. You've also got who's a really tall actress. You've got the former Mrs. Tom Cruise. Who is a very tall woman who is an absolute risk for insurance because she gets injured so often. There's a lot of issues when it comes to casting a movie. There's a lot more to it than just, do they look the part? It's, can they act? It's, can they get an insurance bond? Do they have box office? Do they match the male lead? If we've got more plans than just this one film, how do they fit in with this cast? I mean, certainly we've seen it with male actors. You saw it with, they cast an actor in Hulk, didn't bring him back, made another Hulk movie, didn't bring that actor back because he wasn't a good fit. Sigourney Weaver, 6 feet tall and excellent in everything. But she's also 60 years old.
Sigourney Weaver, 6 feet?
Yeah.
You sure?
She
doesn't come off as, she doesn't even, to me, she never came off as even standard tall, let alone 6 feet tall. I didn't figure petite, but I figured average, 5, 6, 7, that kind of thing.
No, I think she's 6 feet tall. Gina Davis, I couldn't think of her last name, but Nicole Kidman, as I said, very tall woman.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's hard to get insurance bonds, and then there's also the other stuff that comes with, you know, whether it's an actor or an actress. And I think the term actress is kind of going away. I think we're just calling everybody actors. So whether you're a male or female actor, a lot has to do with, can we get you back for another film? You know, tall people are
Well,
bad.
anyways,
Never said that by any stretch of the imagination, but
I assume that you guys agree with me on the Mr. Terrific thing.
I thought he was fantastic.
Yeah,
me too.
Yeah, it's almost the
nothing about the character. I know nothing about him.
No, that's what I was just gonna say, Matt. I was saying it's almost a shame that that the character nobody knows, because it looked good, he acted good, it was a great role, like, but nobody knows anything about him, so it's kind of like it's disappointing, you know. Like,
now that actor had played Darwin in X-Men First Class, who was like a who the fuck is that character for X-Men. And they promised him, even after the character was killed in the first film, they're going to bring him back. And it wasn't until he saw the Dark Phoenix movie, whatever, in the theater, and realized, yeah, I don't think they're going to bring me back. You know, like that they had kind of like strung him along for multiple movies. And so I'm really glad. And this seems to be something that DC is doing intentionally, is like picking off all this Marvel talent to pull him back over to the DC universe, because there's a certain amount
wait,
of
sorry.
fandom.
Who are you talking about?
The actor who plays Mr. Terrific,
Yeah,
played Darwin in X-Men First Class.
okay, yeah. You mentioned that earlier, and I was like, who's
Isabella Merced was in Madam Web.
Oh, I didn't see that. So okay,
Don't.
I'm not going.
And so, like, there's a conscious effort that James has been having meetings with a lot of people from Marvel. Of course, all the actors that he's worked with before, Nathan Fillion among them, you know, from the Guardians films. So a lot of those people we can expect to be making appearances in the DC films. There's been a lot of reports, and I think it's bullshit. I think it's just like some kind of AI thing of like making up bullshit videos. But I keep seeing this logging in YouTube suggested videos of like all the primary Avengers have been offered roles in the DC universe, including Robert Downey Jr. But clearly he signed a contract where he's locked into some films for a few years. I can't imagine. I know that Chris Evans signed a 5-picture contract extension, and I don't know if yeah.
For what? You mean
So they
Marvel universe in general?
Yeah.
Oh.
So one of those films is Wolverine in the Deadpool Wolverine movie.
I thought
he plays Johnny Storm.
Well, yeah, wasn't he the guy who had said not that long ago that he, and I know Hugh Jackman said it, but I'm not confusing him. Didn't Cap sorry, what's his name?
He retired from, he like stopped.
Yeah, didn't he also say he was done with Marvel? Doesn't want to do Marvel anymore?
They all lie, and they can't.
The money calls, right? The money calls.
They've signed non-disclosure agreements.
But I also think, I mean, without any, so the movies, so many people bailed after Avengers: Infinity War because it was like, get to this high point and then a nice payoff, and then the audience bailed, the actors like, okay, we're done. Marvel was on shaky grounds with a lot of the projects, so then it's like, we got to go back to the bankable stars and back up with a truckload of money, and there you go. So
yeah, Frank Grillo was Crossbones. Yeah. He's now, a very important character in the new Superman film, and has a character relationship to the Suicide Squad as Flag. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely getting a lot of people back over to that universe, and so we're going to see where they wind up and if it's good casting or not.
And also, I mean, those actors, there's a lot of actors who want nothing to do with superhero movies.
Yeah.
So they know those actors will act in those movies. So it's like, okay, they're kind of approachable. So
you know what's funny about that though, Carl? There used to be many more who thought that way, and when they started seeing how people like Robert Downey Jr. and others started banking on the back end, right? Taking these small contracts and then making the points on the back end. And suddenly every movie makes them $10 million extra or 20 or whatever it is. Suddenly all the same people that were like, oh, are you kidding? I would never do that.
Never.
Suddenly they're like, I'd play a role if they offered me a good role,
For my kids. My kids really, I would love to,
For my kids, right. For my kids,
yeah.
I'll do it.
But you've also heard, of very important Oscar-winning talent being like, I'm done. You know, Michael Douglas is like, I'm done.
Well, he's old. How old is he now? Is he in his late 70s? How old is he?
I'm not exactly sure, but I mean, also you've got, you know, Anthony Hopkins has also been like, I think I'm done with superhero films. Yeah, so we'll to your point, yeah, there are people that don't want to do it, you know. So yeah, who are you going to go to? You're going to go to the guys that are like, I'll do what I wanted. Yeah. You know, Denzel Washington very famously said, I would like a cape, you know. So I think you can expect Denzel to be appearing at some point, you know, in either universe. I think he'd be a great pick as the Beyonder, but you know, we'll see what happens.
Oh, who's going to be the Beyonder?
We don't know, but I think that, you know, Denzel Washington would be great.
The Beyonder. What did he look like? Oh yeah, the curly hair.
Michael Jackson in the second Secret Wars, but yeah.
Hopefully, please, God, don't give him the stupid fro just because that's what he looked like back when he was around in the 80s, you know?
You know, Marvel, you never know.
That's the character I'd be happy if they completely made look completely different. I'd be fine with that. Like, it's just an awful look, you know? Who are we missing with that Justice Gang? There's a character that we...
Metamorpho.
Oh, Metamorpho, right. So Metamorpho, in all the talk leading up to the movie, he was kind of the one that I thought, oh, this guy looks the best. I like this, right? This guy, I like I was only seeing, stills, movie stills. I gotta say, the character, like I admit, I haven't read a ton of Metamorpho appearances, okay? But I was really put off by how they wrote him when they're in the pocket universe, or when we first see him and he's in that jail cell thing or whatever, and he's like, "I got my son."
We weren't going to talk about spoilers.
Oh, whatever. That's not really a spoiler. Whatever. Metamorpho cries. He's crying like a spineless wimp in a movie because they kidnapped his son. But like,
that's not why he cries.
No, wasn't it? Why was it?
No, I don't want to tell you. It's a spoiler.
Okay, you let me know after then. Okay. But it just seemed like you're a friggin' hero, whatever. It just seemed out of character for me for you to be sitting there and like get angry, maybe sad, okay, but like crying like that.
I need to pop something in the private chat. So
okay.
To give you a reminder.
It was just off-putting. That didn't bother you, Carl? Like,
no, I mean, is he not a safe character to show? I mean, like what I didn't like.
Don't get me wrong. I didn't say, hey, people can't show emotions when people die.
Yeah.
This just didn't seem like the right moment to. But let me see what Matt reminds me was the reason for the crying. And okay, and let me check this out. Oh, is that when he started?
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize then. Are you sure?
Yeah. That kind of makes it. That puts him in the same kind of like group of like. What Superman is about and what he's about, and it's an important thing.
Okay, I'll take it back. Then that's fine. Then that's fine. And that's a perfect segue because we're talking about characters. I really liked the Nicholas Hoult. Is that his name?
Yeah. Fantastic. Maybe the best Luthor we've ever had.
Yeah. I really dug that. But this ties into what you told me privately just now. I was really put off. Remember him ever being sort of
that lethal,
right? Because isn't he the guy who? Well, we know him as the
kind of an accident. You know,
he's the guy who pays all his henchmen to do the dirty work, and he never gets his hands dirty, right? That guy.
Yeah. Now the response to that, without spoiling, is that he seems as surprised as we do, and even comments about it. But then is like, well, fuck it. That's okay. That happened. So like that in a way.
He just owns it.
Yeah. Which is very on brand for this version of Luthor.
Let me tell you, let me ask you though, when that happened, were you shocked? Like, what was your reaction to that? Because you know what? I thought it was going to be like, let me type it in private.
I would say it was unexpected, but not unthinkable.
Okay.
Carl, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like I'm careful what I say. I just
Yeah.
Okay.
when
there you go.
I talked about some kind of when talking about like taking your kids to see this movie. Now it's PG-13, so hold on, let me see.
Oh, is it PG? Oh, yeah, that's right. PG-13, right?
Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah. So it's PG-13, and everything else you could still. It's like superhero beat 'em up, not so terrible. But in that moment, I was like, ooh, I don't know. It felt harsh, and it didn't feel like
It crosses
needed.
the rubric, right?
Yeah, and I just was like, ooh, I
The
don't.
Rubicon, you mean? Crossing
So
the Rubicon?
So yeah, that was my take on that. As I was like, I don't like that. I didn't like that moment. I also thought there was a different way to handle that. Even with showing, what you show, what you don't show. So yeah, I think editing could have fixed that to make it a little less.
Was it
jarring, I guess.
was it would you describe it as disturbing? And sorry for those of you who haven't seen it and don't want it spoiled, but I know it's weird to listen to us talk.
It's hard for us to talk around it without addressing
talk around
Yeah.
it without doing it.
But so to give some scope to people who are like completely lost, Ruben had talked about a sequence with Metamorpho where he expresses a great deal of emotion, which he had thought kind of comes out of nowhere. And then in reminding him why that happens, he's like, oh yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense now. But then it makes you ask about Luthor in the same scene and what does that say about that character? And so without giving up too much, it is a character-defining moment, which is a much more lethal, a much more sinister version of Luthor than we've seen. Now, Luthor seems to be happy with putting people at risk by percentages, but actually having a hand in the fate of one person versus another seems unusual for every other version that we've seen. But it does make sense. Like all the changes, I think, that were sort of what you might view as uncharacteristic or uncanon or different than what we know about the characters in the film makes sense. And I think they make sense in a way that any logical person would be like, yeah, that makes sense. But that scene, yeah, like I wonder if you could have accomplished that in a different way. And I don't think so. And here's why I think not. Because you don't get the Metamorpho response without it.
Yeah, I just mean
No. Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. But also
which makes it necessary.
But the moment could still happen, but it could also be
from someone else
shown a different way also.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe.
The thing is, though,
so you know what I'm talking about.
But the thing is, his Metamorpho's reaction, it's not something we need to have in a movie. We don't need to see Metamorpho cry for any reason. But when you do what they had Lex do, it's you could say it's almost character changing. Like it's like you said, it's you cross the Rubicon, and he's never really done that kind of stuff, right? So it's like that's a big deal. Like, what the hell? Like, is this where we're gonna go at least in the movies from now on, where he's going to be that ruthless, right? So,
no,
I don't know if I like that. I don't know.
I don't think we will. I don't think that's like. I mean, yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, here's the thing. So here's a really important thing. We saw the Hall of Justice, from Super Friends.
Super Friends, yeah.
Now, Luthor in Super Friends is how I came to know that character because I wasn't reading Superman comics, but I was watching Super Friends. And Luthor in Super Friends was a devious, evil dude. Like, he wasn't necessarily personally lethal, but he certainly had no problem with kind of destroying the world to take over what would be left, which, of course, would be nothing, But, and what I did like about this, and, someone was like, when we said that he was perhaps the best Lex Luthor, he was like, better than Gene Hackman. I'm like, yeah, Gene Hackman did a kind of caricature. Like it's a comical character and kind of a dumb version of Lex Luthor, to be honest. And then the version
Gene Hackman may potentially, it's all about opinion, obviously, but Gene Hackman may possibly be hands down the best actor who ever played the character, but it was such a ridiculous, let's just be honest, it was just such an over the top stupidity version of the character. you can't help but despise it, right? You're like, oh God, like what a waste of a great actor.
What's kind of great about that version of Lex Luthor is here's this guy who's supposed to be very smart, and he just has this massive misunderstanding of something so basic and fundamental. And then they did the same thing in Superman Returns when they had
Kevin
Spacey play him as the exact same character, basically. This very smart person with a lot of resources who has a fundamental bad understanding of world economies.
But it's the same character. It actually is the same character.
Yeah, literally the same
take on.
Yeah.
By the way, so after watching the new Superman, because I had never seen that one, I right back to back, I said, okay, it's about time. I might as well give it a shot. Because I always thought that Brandon Routh, to me, after Christopher Reeve, is my ideal looking Superman. He looked very similar to Christopher Reeve, so that's probably why I enjoyed his work. I enjoyed his Clark, the same sort of thing that Reeve had, where he had that nice look of him, that all-American boy, but was really tall. You believed him as a big, strong Superman type. But then, with an all-American boyish face, and then when he turned into a Clark, the way he acted with his goofy sort of nerdish, lacking in all self-confidence, right?
Very much playing off of the Christopher Reeve version of the character.
Yeah.
So much taken forward in Grant Morrison's All-Star Superman, which is kind of absent from this, but not entirely. And they explain it with the glasses and everything. I like the way they did it. And it's funny how they have that kind of circular conversation. And it gives you a lot of information about Lois and like her frustrations with Clark Kent. I will say this. I think the weakest character in the entire film was Lois Lane. Like that.
Oh, really?
She seemed to me like
interesting. Wow.
I just didn't find her
most people
everybody seems to love her.
From what I'm reading.
I liked her.
I feel like the relationship comes off as more like, instead of being a believable part of this couple, that she seems like, that girl that covered Lilith Fair for the high school newspaper. Like there's just kind of like, she's an anachronism. Like, who the fuck dresses like that? Like, nobody dresses like that.
Who?
Lois Lane.
Like what? What do you mean? What dress? Dressing?
Like the way she dresses in the film. Like, no woman in journalism dresses like that.
Well, let me just say,
it's very Annie Hall. It's like a weird 1970s version of the character, even though the character is clearly supposed to be modern, and she is progressively modern, and not in an offensive or even like, it's not like she's one way or the other way, but I mean, it just seemed like an anachronism, and a bigger anachronism to me even than Ma and Pa Kent, who seemed like from a completely different era.
Yeah, that was just. I mean, I don't even know if I want to talk about
it. Borders on parody, but I mean, there's the heart, the moment with Pruitt Taylor Vince, which is pivotal.
I know you probably don't want to talk about it. I'm going to get thrashed, but like, I really liked that the Ma and Pa.
Okay. Before you get into it, let me just finish my last thing I want to say about Lois.
Yeah.
So I found the actress to be fine. So that's a fine casting choice. No, I have no problems with that. She acted fine, but I was still disappointed to a degree. Why? Because I personally actually loved Elizabeth, whatever her name was, from the Superman and Lois show, the TV show that just finished for the 4 seasons of it.
Didn't watch any of it.
Elizabeth Tulloch.
I saw that.
I loved her. I thought she was the perfect Lois. So to me, I was just, okay, I don't like this one as much, but she was fine anyways. But move on. I'm not gonna. I wish I could tell you anything better, but Ma and Pa Kent. I was sitting there, and I was like, "Are they being serious? Like, is this really happening right now?" And did I just hear? Because at first the mother said something, and I was like, "Did I just hear this Southern twang thing?" And I'm like, listening more, and I'm like, "Oh my God, they give her this."
The accent's very Kansas.
Yeah. So
it's really like this
anachronistic. It's like 1950s. It's like really
Southern American friggin' Okefenokee, middle of nowhere, Alabama or
corny.
Or Kansas. I guess Kansas.
It's corny, but
corny. But frankly, other than the accent, I actually was more bothered with the actors they chose, I don't know. They didn't. To me, they did not embody that look of, the sweet old farmhouse couple who took in the little baby. They just looked kind of like, honestly, I was like, ugh. I was so turned off by the
I will say this, Ruben. If anybody raised a Super Boy Scout, those two people raised the Super Boy Scout. Because they are a piece from a previous era that doesn't exist. Like, whatever that, I hate to say it out loud. I can't believe I'm saying it out loud. Whatever that Make America Great thing is, like, that era that these two people embody is that era. Whatever it is, like that hopefulness, I guess. And I'm by no means making any kind of statement pro that movement, but like, I think that there's
the heartland of America,
fundamental goodness and innocence, and a past thing that doesn't exist, but could, and ostensibly still does. We just don't see a lot of it. And those are those people.
Rick thinks it was a more realistic portrayal. I never thought that the other portrayals were unrealistic. I don't know what you quite specifically you mean by that, Rick, but that's interesting. And Marcus, just want to say, you're such a shit disturber. It's not that they have an accent. It's that the accent did not sound like what you would think, at least for me, of what I know about people from Kansas. And that's where they are, right?
I can talk to that specifically. I read an article. It was like some staffer on the Howard Stern show is like friends with James Gunn, and he's from Kansas. This guy's from Kansas.
No, he's not. James is from St. Louis.
No, not James.
Oh, the other guy.
Yeah, like some guy that I think he's the staffer on Stern show, and his parents are from Kansas, so they had voicemail. He asked him, he's like, hey, can you like have your parents call me and leave like a voicemail? And those are the basis for the accents they used in the movie. It was like his mom and his dad from Kansas, and that's what they sounded like.
I say this all the time. Like when I saw Mystic River, the Clint Eastwood film, and Tim Robbins, who was an actor I'd known for quite a long time at that point, is doing this Mass accent, and I'm from 20 minutes north of where they shot it, and I'm like, oh my god, that's like, that's the most over the top accent ever. And then 3 months later, I flew back home, and I'm like, oh my god, I did not realize what we sound like to the rest of the world, and it was dead on. And so, like, a good friend of mine who now lives in South Dakota, who lived in LA for a long time and has family in Iowa, I was like, dude, I don't know about the Kents. They sound a little too folksy, a little too parody-esque. He's like, dude, have you ever talked to people from like Kansas or Iowa? They fucking sound like that. Like, and I was like, oh, all right.
I mean, I agree. Like I had the same instinct when I first heard them. I was like, wow, that's like, it took me out of it for a second. But then what I really do like about their
yelling at the phone is so dead on for people that age, but it is a little ridiculous, but it's also like amazing, right?
But I like even from personally from like the 90s, the Ma and Pa they're always like portrayed as like they're older, they're not Kevin Costner and was it Diane Lane? Is that who?
Diane Lane.
Yeah. So though I love that they were not marquee names or actors. They felt like genuine parents who would raise a boy, and like their presence in the film is about that. It's about their love for their boy, and you believe that. I mean, I did. So that I really liked the portrayal of Ma and Pa.
So it was mentioned that by Philip, I believe, that he didn't think he didn't feel that the two the Lois and Clark characters actually had chemistry. I gotta say, I
think they had chemistry.
I thought they had some chemistry, but just not enough. Again, I don't know. First of all, the what's his name? David Corenswet? Is that David? Yeah, I'm one in the camp who's to me that doesn't look like from the certainly physique wise also, but I don't really care so much physique wise with the Superman actor. I always want it to be more of just let me see if he's got that classic all-American good boy look. He's a handsome man, but his face, his hairstyle, it just, I don't see Superman at all. So that's why I was disappointed. He's an okay actor. He's fine. I just don't feel him as Superman. So that's why I was just like, I'd rather have somebody else, whatever. But when they cast Lois, that I was like, okay, yeah, you look like Lois, so that's fine. But I kind of agree. I was like, I don't think they didn't have chemistry, but I didn't think it was super strong. Like I felt like, Lois and Clark should have.
Well, I mean, she's in the film. She's not 100% invested in the relationship and has doubts about it.
That's true. That's part of the thing, right? Yeah. By the way, speaking of that, great segue. Speaking of that, guys, I was curious because when that started, and we find out that so Superman's been gone for 5 years, right? That's the premise. That 3 years?
Wait, hold on. Wait.
He's been around for 3 years.
Wait. Time out. We're talking about different movies, guys.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm talking about the latest Superman movie.
Okay, because Superman Returns, he was gone for 5 years.
Oh, right? I watched them back to back. Yeah. So I'm getting confusing plot points. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, but in the newest Superman film, metahumans have been around for 300 years.
Right.
Superman landed 30 years ago and made his presence known 3 years ago. And then it opens 3 days prior to the events that we're about to witness.
Okay. So out of curiosity, guys, I like to sort of I always kind of give a rating when I rate a film. If somebody wants to know a number, I like it on the 10 scale rather than 5. I'm just curious whether or not you guys do it that way. If you could you give me a what you felt about it on a 10? Really? Wow.
Yeah, I would give it an 8. Like wow. I thoroughly enjoyed.
I couldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
based on how you guys been talking tonight.
Yeah, that's a B-. 8 is a B-.
Well, I don't really relate to the letters. I just But no, that's interesting. That's good.
It wasn't perfect. I'm not gonna say it's, but like I
want more.
Yeah, I like the start. I like the foundation. I'm invested into what's going on, and I can't. Casting wise, I don't think they did anything wrong. I like the story that was told. It was not a complex story, but that's okay. Like there was a a lot of.
It's funny, because everybody's been complaining for years about like, why do they keep making these DC movies so dark all the time? Everything's dark. It's not.
They light it up. They definitely light it up.
Right, but didn't you feel like? I certainly felt like. I was like, okay, finally, right? It's lit up, everything's lit. But then for, I don't know, correct me if you remember how long it was, but it felt like it was at least 45 minutes, the whole pocket universe thing. And suddenly we're like, here we go, back to the darkness for the next hour or whatever. And so I was like, why are you doing that? Why?
No, but I didn't think that was, I mean, there's dark and there's like just,
there's oppression.
Lack of color. The hues of the reds and the blues are just zapped out of it. There was, even in the pocket universe, there's a lot of color. There's a lot of things that are going on. So it's okay to have light and dark. It's just not the absence of color, which is.
And there's a moment involving Metamorpho in that pocket universe where things definitely get a little bit brighter.
Yeah,
and I thought was so fabulously from the Silver Age.
There was
and from All-Star Superman. That made me so happy.
Tell me privately, because when I watched it, I was looking for that because Carl had mentioned it in his review video, and then I finished. I was like, "What was he? I didn't see. What was he talking about? I don't remember seeing anything that made me think Metamorpho, Silver Age, whatever." I was like, how did I miss it if it was obvious, He's typing it in right now. I meant tell me off screen when we.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
But now you're both gonna tell me. Oh, that's funny. Both of you, okay. I see. Right.
So I had said there's a moment in there. Yeah. But I think we're talking about two different things.
Yeah.
The moment the moment it felt like a Ramona Fradon drawing to me. Like it felt like I was like, oh
yeah. Now that you mention it, yeah.
And that's what floating head.
No, that was a different
which is also amazingly from Brave and the Bold, like in such a beautiful way.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many things that made me happy. I just was like, this is.
What do you mean, Mark? Do you guys know what he means, Mark? It was fun with the baby the second time. What's he talking about? What do you mean?
When he's like traveling, like holding the baby.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, and I was like concerned. I mean, I could give a shit about babies, but like that baby, like I was like, oh my, I'm like really concerned about
because the rules hadn't been set up. Like, wait, what is
right?
That? Like what? So
yeah. If he goes too far down, is it all?
That bad?
Yeah, we didn't know, and that was it was a really good choice to have that kind of like proton river be undefined. Like we kind of know what it is, but we don't 100% know what it is. Yeah. You don't want to dive into it on purpose. But and I think that was another strength of Gunn screenplay was in not attempting to over-explain things. Like that first opening thing where it talks about everything. I was like, ooh, they're going to get torn to shreds about exposition, right? Like explaining stuff. And I'm like, but it's shorter than Star Wars. So maybe, we'll be okay. And then they go back to it. I
like the structure of that too, though. I like the
boom, here you go.
Yeah.
Instead of like a weird montage, a la Zach, like with here's 300 years ago, and then here's 200 years ago, there's 100 years ago, and bam, like that would have really been a retread that we know we've already seen. Yeah. So I think it was, I mean, I like it. Like the more I think about it, I think even the more I like it. Now, when I see it again, maybe I'll lose some of the enamoredness that I have with certain elements of it.
But you also gain
more problems. But
you gain the understanding of what it is.
Yeah.
And watching it again, you're like, okay, yeah. Like you kind of get. I was talking to Tom McDonald, and Tom he said that it felt like it took him a while to realize it, but once he felt that it was like a Super Friends. Like an episode of Super Friends, or like he's like, oh, okay, and like the light bulb kind of went off, and like he appreciate it for what it was.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is like because we have the Hall of Justice.
Exactly.
So many Super Friends things,
right?
That really lead to the Keith Giffen, J.M. DeMatteis Justice League, which doesn't have Superman.
Yeah.
Which
it had mostly
here you go. Here's this other thing,
right,
which I love.
Third-tier characters, right?
Yeah, I mean, I hope we get a Blue Beetle, Booster Gold movie, and I would be thrilled if it was the kid who played Blue Beetle in the last movie, even though that's not Ted Ford.
I keep meaning to watch that, but
I liked it. I thought it was a fine film.
Yeah, it looked like it was fun when I saw a preview.
Yeah.
I think that looks like it could be fun.
It's a fun film.
I didn't see it because that was like during the time where it was clear that they were going in a different direction.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't clear if I was like, in my mind, I was like, does this even matter? And which is maybe dismissive, which is unfair, but it was like, that's just where I was at. But I think didn't Gunn say that is
it's canon. It's the first canon thing that it pre-existed that will exist in the new universe.
Yeah, was that
so
and
the dude who is in the Cobra Kai series is Blue Beetle in this new universe. It's funny, I saw someone ask, hey, is there any callback to like Creature Commandos? Nope. Not a one, not that I saw. I mean, maybe, Screen Crush will do a video where they show like a little screen grab in the corner where there's a thing, but I didn't notice anything about it. Yeah, Cholo, the actor who was in the film. I liked that film. I thought it was fun. And it's a shame. Like, I think that we're getting better superhero films and people are just already tired of them. This seems to be a reversal. This seems to be the film that will get people a little bit more invested. I think this is going to do huge favors for Fantastic Four.
You think?
Yeah. I think the buzz about a good superhero film. And I mean, Thunderbolts was very positively reviewed. I loved it. And it didn't make a lot of money. But people that'll probably be on Disney Plus by the time Fantastic Four is hitting theaters. So people catch up with it.
It might be on there now.
When is that coming?
It's not on Disney Plus now yet. It's on Prime, and you can kind of like buy it or rent it or whatever. But it hasn't hit Disney yet. But it should be by the time Fantastic Four is. And there's of course, an Easter egg at the end of that film which connects them.
When is FF? What month is that?
This month.
That's at the end of the month.
It's like 2 weeks, right? Like
First or something. Yeah, yeah.
pretty soon.
Okay. Well, listen, guys, it's late. We should cut it. And like I said, everyone else, you probably won't want to show up next week because all we did was talk about Superman for most of the times. But I still have all this shit I want to talk about. And yeah, I don't feel like looking for another guest, so I'll just come on and whoever wants
hold it up longer. Hold it up longer. We couldn't see it. You're teasing us. You're teasing us with that list.
I can read them out to you real quick.
Okay.
And this is all starting with from that last Anything Goes episode where these guys we were talking about movies and a bunch of these guys were like, putting out suggestions of movies they thought were good. And then I was like, okay, I don't usually see stuff based on a random person's suggestion because it always disappoints me. But I said, okay, I'll give these a try. And so Batteries Not Included, Cocoon, Peggy Sue Got Married, Dark City. Did I ever watch? I don't know if
we just redid Dark City with Arrow, so we just put that back out.
Okay, so I don't even know if I saw it. Hackers, Train Spotting, and that was all related to what we talked about 7 weeks ago in that episode. And then on my own, I ended up watching The Whale, The Apprentice, Greyhound. It's a Tom Hanks, not even an hour and 10, 15 minute World War II movie, a ship on the ocean. Anyways, really cool.
Wow.
Role Models. I'm sure all of you have seen that when it came out. The Departed. So these are all movies I hadn't seen. They Shall Not Grow Old. It's a documentary from 2019 by Peter Jackson.
World War I. Yeah.
And Sinners. Selling Superman, a documentary
About the comic book, yep.
About a comic book collection. Jurassic Park, the new Jurassic Park. Obviously, Superman, we just talked about. Superman Returns, we talked a little bit about. Today alone, I just saw Deadpool Wolverine for the first time. And so, yeah. So, whatever. We'll see. See, I know that's why you wanted to see the list, Matt, because you figured, wow, if there's anything worthwhile that I love in there, that'll show up next week. If there's not, I'm not coming back.
I'm buttoning my lips. I know too much. I'm like, I'm the man who knew too much. I'm living out my Hitchcock nightmare. No, that sounds amazing. And I mean, between what will happen now and then, and what actors will say stupid things, and that will start to circulate in the media, or intelligent things, or whatever. We didn't talk about any of the political ramifications of the subplots of Superman, which I don't even think are that important.
I'm glad, because honestly, for what you just said, I feel, you know what? With all that stuff I was reading about it, right? Like all the complaints, whatever, I was like, then I finished and I was like, was there really anything?
There was.
Like, is it worth mentioning? Honestly, I was like, come on, please. But everybody wants to make something out of nothing. You know what I mean? These days, because it's that type of, right? Yeah.
I have to give Sean a visual clue. So I'll be right. I'm going to walk 5 feet away and walk right back here.
To answer this question? Yeah.
That one, yeah. I'll say the I don't think they did anything in the movie that wasn't part of Superman's character.
Okay.
Like the political backlash of
Yeah.
It was much to do about nothing because it
was
much
to do about nothing, exactly. Dark City. Okay, cool.
Nice.
So I work with Arrow in the United States, and this has been a project that's been like 2 years in the making that I've been aware of, and I couldn't say anything about it. And this is the special edition is like this fully packed, like amazing box set. And there will be a subsequent, less special edition, but still pretty awesome, as a 4K. This in the middle of August, there's going to be a 50% off sale at Barnes & Noble of all Arrow titles. And I mean, Arrow is sort of like the Criterion collection of cult movies. So I highly endorse so many of the stuff. It's, while I am part of the distribution model, I love their stuff. So when I recommend it, I'm not out there pitching everything that everybody I work for does, but this is an amazing release and totally worth spending your money on for sure. And it was an overlooked film in its day. It was Alex Proyas's follow-up to The Crow. Is constantly makes top 10 lists of the best science fiction films ever made. It's just a really special movie.
I almost want to say I may even have seen it and just don't remember because the title is not that familiar, but I don't know. Sorry, who are the male and female leads? Do you remember?
Well, Kiefer Sutherland is an important character in it, and this was like really at the top of his, like right before 24, like right before his renaissance.
Oh, that's when it came out. Wow.
Yeah. Rupert, the guy that was the bad guy in A Knight's Tale, he's like really the lead. Who else is in this? It's
there's no female lead.
I mean, not ostensibly. I mean, there's female characters, but it's not that type of movie. William Hurt is in it. Jennifer Connelly's in it, and she's great.
Right. Sean just mentioned that. Yeah.
But it's just like a really unusual film. It's almost like a it's very, without being adapted from a Philip K. Dick story, there's an element of that paranoia of Philip K. Dick. But to me, it's like it goes back even further to like Colin Wilson's The Outsider, or like even like older than that, like I can't think of the dude's name. The Russian writer was like, I woke up in the morning and I was a cockroach. Like that type of like crazy surrealism, but in science fiction.
I'm not sure for me, especially since I'm not a big science fiction guy, but I will try it. I just remembered something. I did not see it, but when they mentioned Jennifer Connelly, I was like, wait a second, that looks familiar. I'm picturing something. I know why now. Because when I was going through this list, because I was part of the movies that some of these guys had suggested I check out, when I was going through this list and I was checking on Netflix and, to see if I could find this stuff, I did find it. It's just that night, based on the time I had available, I was like, okay, let me see that one. And then, okay, let me.
2 hours and 15 minutes, like it just gets right into that. I have to pay attention to this kind of space. Yeah. And you really have to pay attention to it. Like it's sort of like The Matrix, not as an action film, but as a Steven Soderbergh movie.
Okay.
Even though it's not a Soderbergh movie, but it's like it's definitely deep. It's like a film noir. It's like Blade Runner, which is why it's got that kind of Philip K. Dickness to it. But like it's so unusual. It's like it's such a wonderful surprise. If you haven't seen it and you discover it now, you'd be like, why the fuck wasn't this huge? And it was like one of the best reviewed films of that year. Like Ebert loved it and spoke highly of it, made it into his list at the end of the year. I was reviewing films at that point, and I gave it a rave for like 97.1 at the time.
Was it perhaps because both Mike and Marcus both said, is it Kafka-esque? Is that what you were trying to make?
Very much so. Yeah, it's very Kafka-esque. Like where you're not exactly sure if you can trust the person whose story you're watching. So like it's not like a heavy narration a la Blade Runner, but there's definitely you see the film through certain people's perspectives, and you don't know if you can trust them. So like the unreliable narrator is a great underutilized trope. But if you go too far off the rails, then you lose the reader or the audience because you can't trust anything, and so you don't get invested in it. It's just like it's a special film. Like there was nothing else like it. And I mean, after Crow, which was a huge hit, and of course, not without controversy because of the death of Brandon Lee and all that. But like, Alex Proyas could call his shot, and they're like, we'll make anything you want to make. And he's like, well, this is the movie I want to make. And that was the last time he was ever given that chance because the studio really kind of fucked up the release. And he's certainly done films since then, but nothing has reached like the level of either The Crow or this, and this is his masterpiece.
Excellent. I just wanted to point out because
Love the Hidden. Isn't that Fred Olen Ray? Who had also done Night of the Creeps?
Is that the one where this alien leech type creature goes into the person and controls them? Yeah. Oh, that's classic. See, like I always say, I'm not a big sci-fi fan. Of course, there's exceptions to every rule. That's one of my favorite. I love that movie when it's on a
TV series. So there's also a TV show that had I think Miriam Diabo, who was the oldest sister of Olivia Diabo, who was
Miriam Diabo, yeah,
on the Wonder Years.
the less known Diabo sister,
yeah. And that was a really fun show. Like the show was actually really good. It was a shot in Canada, USA Network adaptation of The Hidden.
It was called The Hidden, or oh, like wow, that goes back a ways then.
It was about 2 years after the film came out. Yeah.
Oh wow, interesting.
Yep.
Wow. All right. Well, like I was saying, guys, we should wrap it up. It's late, especially for both of these guys, really. But so everybody, as for next week, honestly, I don't know if anybody's gonna want to come back. But think of it this way, everybody. To those of you watching, especially on Rewind, if you're still listening to this, if you're not enjoying tonight because it was all Superman for so many hours, next week, even though it's movies probably again, it's got a whole bunch of them we can talk about, right? So
Ruben's going to have an egg timer next week.
An egg timer.
He's going to have a little egg timer, and we're going to have 3 minutes each to talk about it, and then we're done.
Next. Yeah. But that's probably what we'll do. And I'll label it actually as rather than a hangout. Maybe I'll label it as a second movie episode or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, I'll do that. And hopefully some people show up for that, even though it's back to back. And if you don't, oh well, whoever's here is here. Hopefully we'll still have.
We're going to argue 10 times as hard next week as we did this week.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it's not as long as it's not the kind of arguing
It's not an argument.
that Stanley was trying to shit disturb and make it look like we're fucking mad at each other and stuff. It's all good spirited, very passionate, right? We love what we're talking about. That's all it is. And Matt and I love each other. We're good pals.
This is
I have a higher opinion of Ruben than most of my blood relatives. I've been very open about that on every format. So, yeah.
This is how friends talk to each other.
Yes.
Listen, I always say, and I think I said it on my show recently, you never really know that you're a good friend to someone, especially like when it's people that you know from online where you're so far apart that you can't really be together in person, right? Yes. So you build these friendships online. You never really know about those friendships. Like truly, you can feel that you're pretty tight with certain people, but then you still don't quite know until you have like an argument for the first time. Like it could be about whatever, right? And as long as you realize like it didn't become like a personal kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like where fuck this guy just because he didn't agree with me or whatever, you know what I mean? That's when you know you can have an argument and vehemently oppose each other's opinions or whatever.
And they don't know that sometimes we talk longer after the show.
After the show, exactly.
The show. Yeah. Like 10 hours, like a 5-hour show and a 5-hour conversation afterwards.
Yes.
So there's that.
Yes, exactly. So that's it. So don't try to
Paul, where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yeah.
I'm outside of Philly.
I was just in Philly like a month ago, dude.
Really?
Oh, yeah, the company I work for is in they're over by the nuclear silos.
Like down, like wait.
Night, Rick.
West of Philly.
Oh.
Near and then we had a retreat like over by Valley Forge, but
we're
Pottstown.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're just north of like the city limits.
Right
so
on.
I'm not too far. Yeah.
One of my best friends lives just south in Lansdowne, so like I usually spend time in Lansdowne after I go back for company stuff. But yeah, we gotta hang, man. That'd be so cool. I gotta see that place. I gotta see a Fortress of Solitude. Look at that awesome space in back of him, man. Like
yeah, it's a lot of stuff. But I love being out here. It's just like it's my.
I love Philly, man. I love when I go back. I'm like I grew up in Boston, so I have a love of the old East Coast, but like. Yeah. Philly,
same reason I love going to Boston. Just like I love the history. I love the there aren't many places in the States where you can actually go and actually there's real history. It's still there. There's still some. Yeah.
All right, let me get out of here. You guys can talk about Massachusetts.
It's no longer about Ruben. He didn't speak for a total of 2 minutes. He's like, "Fuck this, we're done."
No, it's not for me. I don't care. It's them. Yeah. I'm keeping my eye on the viewers, and they're dropping quick, so that's why.
And Carl, you got to shoot me like when do you pop up your show? Like when are your shows on? They kind of random.
Well, they're not live though, right? His
No, I
are
don't
not
do
live.
Yeah, I don't do live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, hit me with a message when you drop them so I can get on there and get a quick like on them.
Will do.
Yeah,
Matt
yeah.
doesn't watch Carl's shows.
Sean grew up in Lawrence, Mass. Okay, so
I was
Lawrence
busy.
is one of the unholy triumvirate of terrible cities that begin with L. So I'm a Lynn boy, he's a Lawrence boy, and Lowell is the other terrible city that begins with L in Massachusetts that had terrible crime throughout the 80s. So Sean, you and I have we got blood in the same mud, my friend.
All right, everybody. Obviously, no thumbnail for next week, so we'll leave you like this with our beautiful faces, of course. Carl, Matt, obviously, Newell for earlier. Thanks so much, guys. Seriously, I really, really appreciate it. I can't obviously do this type of show without guys like you who are, obviously willing to come in and hang out and do the deed with me, So
Always fun.
it's always appreciated, man. So thank you so much. Guys, obviously, especially your regulars, I thank you just as much. Appreciate it. We don't have to agree on anything. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. We're all different people. The point is we can all still continue to be friends regardless of what our thoughts are. It's the people that matter, not their opinions on comic book movies in the end when all is said and done. So that's that, So Lynn, the city of sin. Ruben was in Amish. He knows, right? So thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Don't forget Nikki B Friday, 7 p.m. And yeah, I'll be back here again to do it all over again next Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm so tired. I can't breathe. My head's all cloudy. 5 o'clock Pacific. So yeah, thanks, guys. And yeah, have a great week, everybody. I hope it cools down for all of you, and we'll see you next week. Peace and go blue.